E. I am here and full of pizza. And since you were done with your pizza, I got my pizza and ate it already. No. Pizza rights revoked. We are pizza neutral. Pizza on the scoreboard now. So many spin. Heck. Yeah, so much spin. Wait, yeah, a lot of spin. So much spin. Where is my PNG? Why isn't that show? Oh wait, I'm hiding it. That's why. That's why I was invisible. Aha! I need to move stuff. Oh jeez. My headphones die, I swear to God. About to bully Eddie Fender for eating paper. Like... We mean incident. There's something else happened here. Is that why we're back here 18 years later? Just gonna get straight to it. April 2nd, 10:15 a.m. Zodiac Hall Fountain Room. Whoa, went deep there on that one. Sorry, Mouserino. Didn't mean to bend your ear for so long. I had no idea that was how it all came about. I read the files, but they don't go into anywhere near that level of detail. Heh, I bet they paint things in much rosier lights for the prosecution too. Von Karma was the one in charge after all. What happened with the case after that? Well, what with the ice sculptures vanishing from the victim's room, things hit a bit of a rough patch. So rough, in fact, that it took a full year before they could even reach a verdict in the trial. A year? This was back before they brought in the whole initial trial thing. You didn't have to finish up in double quick time like you do nowadays. I see. Did they ever find out how the victim's creations managed to just disappear? Well, they were sorbets of, or frozen desserts, or whatever you want to call them. Ice, in other words. Okay. And if it's made of ice, it can melt, which is exactly what they concluded must have happened. But there's a chance that wasn't how things actually went down. What do you mean? So this place is a gallery these days, but back then, it was Samson Tangora's place, yeah? Indeed, in the site of the IS-7 incident. Well, word is, Frost's ice sculptures were suddenly back on display, 18 years after that fateful day. The very sculptures the victim made! Who knows, could be they're just models on the originals. But I figured it was worth coming down for a little look-see, just in case. Seemed like the least I could do for poor old Gregory. Well, alrighty then. Let's go take a look at these icy marvels, shall we? Shall we, kiddo? I believe they're on display in the Winter Wing, as it's very snazzily known. Let me have free roam for once, man. Let me run around. So, Winter Wing, Winter Wing. Huh? I don't believe it. It's locked. Gallery's open for biz, but the Winter Wonder Wing's off limits? What gives? Fender. Perhaps you should look more closely at the pamphlet we were given. The Winter Wing is over there. This freaky. Could have sworn it was this one. Anywho, shall we? Time to dive on in and see what we should have seen 18 years ago. God dang it! What are you doing here? Who's this kid? I point. What the fudge? See, they're still keeping it chilly as it's all heck in these rooms. I'm about to turn into a popsicle stick. Wait, just... The kid might be the weeb from episode 2, season 1. Maybe? I don't know. It doesn't look like him. It is the winter wing, you know. But you're right. It's like a freezer in here. It could be a trick of the light, but it feels like the whole room is made of ice. The temperature controls will be somewhere at the back there if memory serves. Hey Malster, can you go peep the degree count? I'm thinking a complaint to the management is in order. There is such a thing as too cold, yeah? Alright, if you insist. Take your time. Mosey around, taking the sights while you're at it. I've got a camera I need to prep for action. Feel like your pop might appreciate a picture of all this. I'll put it on his grave so he can have a gander. Of course. Can I just leave? Yeah, I just wanna... Leaving so soon, Miles? Stick around, taking the sights. Might as well while we're here. It's too cold. I was thinking of heading somewhere warmer. If you want, I can lend you some of the old fender threads. In exchange for your jacket, of course. I'll be fine, thank you. Seems I'll have to stick it out a little longer. God dang it. Can't freaking leave this place. Who's this kid? A boy wearing a backpack. What's he doing at an art gallery on his own? She wanted to run a gallery so bad, she just quit the industry. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Does this boy know the owner of the gallery, perhaps? Can I see this action? There's a huge block of ice on display here. It must be incredibly heavy, though maybe not. What with it being hollow on the inside. There's a constellation engraved into the surface, along with some explanatory text. The Pleiades, known to some as Subaru, they form part of the larger constellation of Taurus. But why cram so many stars into one tiny part of a single constellation? I guess people in ancient times weren't hugely careful about such things. I'm gonna have to talk to them at some point. There's an enormous block of ice on display here. Explanatory text engraved in it. Castor and Pollux. Every year in December, countless shooting stars can be seen emanating from this constellation. So then the mask needs to... Yeah, and then I wish these two would stop talking so loudly. It's difficult to concentrate. Are they planning on stealing something from here? Never mind. I'll just go take a look at some other exhibits. Bro. There are two large ice statues on display here. Guess these are a remix of Frost's work from 18 years back. Real eye-catching stuff. Ice sculpture is a heck of an art form, huh? It is. These are the works my father never got to see. To think that I get to see them instead. So many years later. Sorry to butt in while you're deep in a think hole, Milester. But would you mind looking this way a sec? This way? Beautiful. Yeah, just like that. Fender, really? Oh, look at him! He looks so... He looks like... I don't want to freaking be here. Say cheese! Please don't do that again. Don't like having my picture taken. Heh, my bad, big guy. My bad. Had to check if this old thing was still working is all. Now that you mention it, your camera does look rather ancient. Yep, vintage model. You ever heard of an instant camera? It develops the picture right after you take the shot. Still twists my noggin trying to think how it works. I know what an instant camera is, although I've never used one. Should've known Mr. Know-It-All would know it all. You really are your father's son. Alright, step aside. Need to go take some good shots of the room here. For all his joking, he looks very serious about the pictures he's taking. He must have his own theories about the IS-7 incident. Woo! I should have been a paparazzo. These are gold. And they developed right away. Wanna see? That's a salt rock lamp. Holy frick, wait a minute. Well, since you've already shoved one in my face. Alright, Brainiac. Question. What do these two sculptures represent? They appear to represent Taurus and Gemini, two constellations best observed during the winter time. Bingo! He shoots, he scores! Woo! Knew you were a regular encyclopedia, Milester. Guess that's why this is the Winter Wing, right? Because they have the Winter Star stuff on display here. Anyway, seeing as I'm this nice old rogue on the block, that one's yours for keepsies. Thanks. So the victim made these same Zodiac statues out of flavored ice for the contest 18 years ago. Sure did. Lovingly crafted life-size desserts. I only ever saw the old ones in photos though. These are the spit of the originals. So this is why you wanted to show me. Yep. Think Gregory would have wanted you to see him too. And may not have had in me to come here on my own. Sorry to drag you along. Not at all. I'm happy to be able to see where my father's final case unfolded. Good to hear you say so, Paleo. Let's say we grab another quick snap to commemorate this heartwarming occasion. Absolutely not. Salt. This lamp appears to be made of rock salt. It's illuminating the diagram of the zodiac just above it. Oh wait, what? Yes, both Gemini and Taurus are not only zodiac signs, but constellations that are visible during winter. Winter constellations on display in Winter Wing. And uniquely, these statues are made of flavored ice. According to the pamphlet we received, the ones in the other rooms are made of crystal glass. Ice might be rather fitting for the summer wing too. Who doesn't like a nice snow cone on a sunny day? But then it would probably be too similar to this room, I suppose. Oh wait, let me see the case files. Okay, oh wait, I didn't know I had these. Prosecutor Manfred von Karma, Defense Attorney Gregory Edgeworth. Body of the victim, Artie Frost, was found hidden in a chocolate chest made by the suspect, Samson Tangora. Victim died from blood loss after being struck on the head with a rock salt lamp. Suspect was found guilty of the crime as its main perpetrator and subsequently imprisoned. Jeez, okay. Gallery pamphlets. Okay, so... You think Winter Wing would be... Yeah. Okay, I don't blame Eddie. I feel like Winter Wing would have been here too. Oh, jeez, okay. Each room is kept at a specific temperature to reflect the season it represents. Okay. Water. On this side, it's covered up. Huh. Fender, I can't seem to find the temperature controls you mentioned. Oh yeah, it's a little tricky if you don't know where it's at. Here, I'll have it open for you in a jiffy. Huh? Dang thing's locked. Makes sense, I guess. Wouldn't want the visitors cranking up the thermostat and melting the arts. According to the pamphlet, the winter wing is kept at a constant 27 degrees. Woo-wee! That's colder than a snowman's cold bits. I'm gonna freeze to death in here. Guess there's only one thing for it. Somebody's getting a snuggle. Somebody's getting a snuggle. No. Hey, what's with the icy stare? You want me to freeze to death? No. Alrighty, I got the shots I wanted. Shall we scoot on over to another wing, see what's cooking? Might as well do the full tour while we're here. I suppose so. Oh! What was that? It came from the fountain room. Come on, let's go see what's up. What the fudge?! Oh no! Larry, what are you? Just edge her. Come on. Is he okay? I swear to God, if he's dead. There's someone on the ground. And is that... Not the butts! Larry, what are you doing here? Heck. Actually, never mind that. What on earth is going on? Edgy! You should have seen it! It was awful! Just calm down and tell me why there is an unconscious man on the floor. I didn't do anything! He just fell down in front of me! Wait, I know this guy. Why are you here? What the... Is everything alright? Don't you know it's rude to make a racket in an art gallery, you naughty boys? Wait, the smell? He's still breathing, but I know these symptoms. It's not safe, Miles. We need to get everybody out of here. Everyone, with me. There isn't a moment to lose. There's poison gas coming from out of that room. Oh God. What the... How's the victim doing, Fender? Not good. He's inhaled a lot of gas. He's still out. It sounds like it's pretty serious. But the paramedic said there was no sign of external injury and that he was conscious before it happened. Anyway, he's alive. Just barely. He's lucky we found him when we did. But like I said, he's not out of the woods yet. They put him in the medical room with a specialist. I see. Couldn't help noticing that it seemed like you knew him, Fender. Sure do. That was Carmel Augusto. He was here back when the whole IS-7 thing went down. The confectioner? So he was here 18 years ago too. Any hoozles, this guy here seems like he's in rude health. Old pal of yours, Mazarino? Yes, something like that. I'm glad you're okay, Larry. Something like that? Are you serious, Edgy? You've known me since elementary school. Crush a guy's feelings, why don't you? Holy frick, it's Larice. Anyway, you know you're supposed to call me Larice Dunham when I'm dressed like this. So no more Larry, okay? Got that? This is Larry Butts. He's a bit of a troublemaker, but he's one of my only friends back from when we were little kids. Ah. Ever since he developed a passion for art, he's been trying to make it big as Larice Dunham. But new name or not, he's still the same old Larry. Whoa, grade school buddies! I need to go tell Gregory about this. He'll be over the moon to hear you have a pal. He was always worried you never click with anybody. Hey there, Edgy. You're lucky to have a friend like me. I never knew I was the cause of such worries for my father. I'm gonna cry. Never mind that now, Larry. What are you doing here? Laurice, Edgy, how many times do I have to tell you it's Laurice? What are you doing here? What's with the demon eyes? Alright, I'll talk. Just stop looking at me like that. Good. Now talk. Want to know why I'm here? Why the heck do you think? For my art, of course. Oh, and I'm coming on a date here with Lulu soon, so I thought I better scoop the place out. So not actually for your art at all. Laurice, my man, an artist and a romantic. You'll have to introduce me to this lady friend of yours. Fender, you don't even know the first thing about this man. Oh, sure. It's nice to have somebody take an interest for once. Spare me. Spare me. Oh, by the way, Lauricio. Did you notice anything when you found the victim? Nothing in particular. Didn't you say you've seen something awful? Oh, that. The old guy, he just appeared and then splat. He was on the floor. Scared the life out of me. But for once, I had nothing to do with any of it. I find that hard to believe. Don't look so proud. That's the least we should be able to hope for. Honored guest, I can only apologize for the trouble you've experienced. I'm Judy Bound, gallery manager. Another person from the IS-7 incident. Oh god. Good to see you, Judes. Miss Defender, it's always a pleasure. She was at the reception desk when we arrived, so she's the one in charge here. I can't believe you had to go through something so awful and on our first day in business. Hey, quit that. It's not your fault. Oh wait, guess I better introduce you guys. Judy, meet Miles Edgeworth, son of the late great Gregory. Really? You're Mr. Edgeworth's son? Well... You're dancing. Isn't this fabulous? That great man's son here with us. 18 long years have passed, but now look, he's here at last. It's very lovely to meet you, Mr. Fine Attorney number 2. Judy, that was the bomb. I see you're in good voice as ever. Miles Edgeworth, Prosecutor. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, you're a prosecutor? I'm so sorry. Forgive me for jumping to conclusions. She's very polite, but there's something strange about her. Hey, Judy, can I, get an autograph? You can write it in here. Well, if you're sure you even want such a thing. Why do you want it, Larry? Rude! You know who she is, right? Come on, Mouster. You don't keep up with showbiz news or nothing. Guess that's no big surprise. What's going on? Why are they looking at me like that? Judy here's a living legend. She's not just TV. Movies, musicals, chart-topping hits, you name it. Oh, don't be silly. I'm just a humble art gallery owner now. I finally quit the biz for good. I finished shooting my last movie just the other day, in fact. Some of my co-stars were even kind enough to say that they would come visit once we opened. Anyway, here you are, and good luck with your artistic endeavors. Thanks so much, Judy. I'll treasure it till my dying day. Ah, you and me are peas in a pod, Laurice. Peas in a gosh dang pod. He's already becoming buddy with him. How lovely for you both. Larry, could you go practice your drawings somewhere or something? You did come all the way to an art gallery after all. It would be a shame to waste the opportunity. A real artist drawing our exhibits! What an honor! Guess so even you can have a bright idea once in a while, Edgy. Alright, Judy. Seeing as you were so nice about it, guess I will. Be right back. He's a real life wire, that one. That's one way of putting it. I can only apologize. By the way, there was another woman with you before. Where is she now? You mean Delicia? Delicia Scone? She's in the medical room helping to care for Mr. Gusto. I call it the medical room, but it's nothing quite so grand, of course. Couldn't stay with them as I'm the only one on staff, and I can't leave the gallery unattended for long. Delicia Scone. We've heard of that name before, haven't we, Fender? Sure have. Sounds like our IS-7 bingo card is complete. Something tells me this isn't a quinky dink. Of course it's... Perhaps I could offer you gentlemen a cup of tea. A drop of the old Judy Bound special blend? Why not? For old time's sake. That would be lovely. Thank you. Now, if you'll both excuse me, I'd better go and explain things to the other visitors. You go do your thing. Oh wait, that's Fender. You go do your things, Jutes. Thanks again. This aroma, Ceylon, I believe. Let's give it a try. This is a fine blend, a top quality Ceylon indeed. Its citrus aroma is said to improve one's ability to concentrate, right? Your old man said those exact words 18 years ago. Really takes me back. There's just one difference. Jude's cooled the saucers back then. Not today though, it seems. Anyway. Don't you think this is all a little odd? Every single person from an 18-year-old case all assembled in the same place at the same time. Yes. It almost feels as if an investigation is in order. Oh, hey! Mr. Edgeworth, sir! You're alright! Mr. Edgeworth! Mr. Fender! We heard you got caught up in a poison gas attack, so we came as fast as we could! Well, if it isn't the cavalry! Come on, team, bring it in! No way! Besides, you're both doing just fine! Gummy and I just got ourselves all worked up over nothing! Detective Gumshoe, what were you thinking bringing Kay with you? Sorry, sir. I knew it was dangerous, what with the poison gas and all, but she wouldn't take no for an answer. I ran and I ran and I ran and I ran and I ran, but I just couldn't shake her off. When it comes to running away, the great thief right here is the world champ. Then run away. Don't chase the poor detective. All set, sir. Just say the word and I'll... Oh! Gumshoe with a gas mask. Oh my god. All set, sir. Just say the word and I'll head in there and start investigating. You guys stay here. That gas could still be dangerous. Alright. We're counting on you, detective. Good luck in there. No, don't call him that, Fender. No way. Gummy almost looked like a real detective. I'm so proud of him. Gosh. But he is a real detective? This is Edgeworth speaking. Mr. Edgeworth, looks like the gas is mostly dissipated, sir. I can't speak today. Very good, detective. Now calm down and tell me what you see. Huh? He came out of the autumn wing, right? Wait, he doesn't even have the gas mask on. Yes, sir. First up, the exhibits. There's a statue of two people on the left side. And on the right, some kind of two-horned animal. Wait. A statue of two people and a two-horned animal. That sounds familiar. In fact, it sounds identical to the display in the winter wing. Other than that, the place is looking pretty damp. Sprinklers sprayed the place good. Must be what stopped the gas from spreading. The sprinklers? Are there any signs of a fire? No, sir. And the alarm hasn't been triggered either. Sprinklers look like the type that detect heat and smoke. When they detect something, they send an alarm, either fire or smoke, to the security room. Guess they read the gas as smoke and triggered the smoke alarm that way. And was anyone in the security room when the alarm went off? This place only has one employee. That's Judy Bound, the manager. She was at the reception desk across from the security room the whole time since the gallery opened. So she heard the alarm from across the way and turned on the sprinklers. Yup, seems they can only be switched on manually, and only from there. Wouldn't want the art getting soaked for no good reason, I guess. If it's manual, you could maybe even check how bad the fires was and try to get some stuff out first. So the security setup is geared around protecting the exhibits. That makes sense in an art gallery, I guess. And one more thing, it's freezing in here. This isn't the autumn wing, it's the deep midwinter wing. So the autumn wing is cold too. Check the temperature. It's 26.5 degrees in here, sir. That's not right either. Who the frick is messing with the temperature? Why is the autumn wing being kept at the same temperature as the winter wing? That's about all I've got for now. Wait, wasn't this room also locked too? Yeah, wait, this is the room that was locked as well. That's about all I've got for now. I'll let you know if I find anything else, sir. Understood. Thank you, Detective Gumshoe. What the actual heck is going on? What did Gummy have to say? He said that the autumn wing is actually quite wintry. Huh? I don't get it. I'm wondering what it could mean myself, but it's a bit hard to tell from out here. We should try to get in there as soon as the police are done with their investigation. And then to that, we need to see what the deal is for ourselves. Is there anybody else who might know something in the meantime? Oh yeah, there is one guy. Miles' best bud. His what? We have to, and I guess we have to. Oh, he's right there. Wait, that's... Okay, didn't expect to see you here. You're looking as fresh faced as ever. Yeah, long time no see. Larry, right? So, here's the deal, Kay. I'm Laurice right now. You see, I'm also a bit of an artist. Ah, so it's your alias. I like it. Good to see you, Laurice. I always knew you were a nice, thoughtful kid. Unlike some people. I have some questions for you, Larry. What the? How am I a suspect? Just because I found the guy doesn't mean I did the crime. I never said you did. Just need you to tell us what you saw. You said you saw something awful. How so exactly? Look, I didn't see anything. I didn't do anything, okay? I don't think I did anyway. Whoa, Chief. You didn't sound so sure of yourself at the end there. There's something you should know about him, Fender. When something smells, it's usually the butts. We've been saying that about Larry for 26 years now. This is a long-running joke. His ability to attract trouble is legendary. For what a better word. His ability to cause trouble too. Wait. I want to look at the profiles. Senior partner at Edgeworth & Co. and former assistant to my father. He worked the original IS-7 incident. Carmelo Gusto, age 54, a confectioner who had breathed in poisonous gas, was found collapsed outside the Autumn Wing. If I don't stop coughing, I'm gonna freaking lose it. Sodium of Larry Butts, my friend since childhood. He fancies himself as something of an artist. Former assistant of Samson Tangora and current owner of the Zodiac Hall Art Gallery. She loves to sing and dance. We still don't know her freaking age. A British pharmacist of indeterminate age who can't resist sweet foods. Homicide detective from the local precinct who is always first on the scene at any murder investigation. A self-styled great thief and so-called second Yatagarasu who's always looking for to bag the greatest treasure of all, the truth. Okay. Okay. I suppose I better find out what he did this time. Oh god, no, I'm doing mind chess with Larry! Our aim is to uncover anything that Larry might be hiding. However, I didn't see anything, I didn't do anything, and you can't prove otherwise. God dang. It's almost impossible for him to keep his cool. I'll need to bide my time when he gets agitated, and wait for him to calm down. Oh, okay, so this is the complete opposite. Wait, not the complete opposite, no. Let's start by asking him to go into detail about what he's doing here. I'm going to save. He shouldn't prove to be too much of a challenge, so let's get this over with. Why exactly did you come to the gallery today? What kind of question is that? What, you think I don't belong in a gallery or something? Hey, if you're gonna ignore me, then I'm gonna paint your portraits. When I'm done, I'll scribble all over it. I'm joking, okay? I'd never scribble on one of my pieces. How could I? They're valuable artworks. According to you, perhaps. I imagine I might struggle to agree. Oh, laugh it up, funny guy. Luckily, some people actually believe in my work. She's called Lulu, okay? She says my pictures are masterpieces. So if she likes something, I'll draw it for her. Anything at all. And where is this Lulu? How come you're here alone? What? A guy can't be apart from his girlfriend for a second? I have my own life too, you know. Fine, Lulu said she's a Gemini, okay? Holy frick, same. So I thought I could do a sketch of the statue to show her on our dates. And I expect you're pretty proud of this sketch. Not so much this time, actually. But, you know, it being her sign and all, I just thought maybe she might kind of like it. Is he a bit calmed down now? I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna save here. How very like you to try to tell me nothing and give so much away in the process. So to summarize, you came here today to draw a sketch of the Gemini statue for your girlfriend, Lulu. What? How'd you figure all that out? From your insistent prattling, you just can't help yourself, can you? Fine, then I won't say another word. Larry may want Larry may want to keep his mouth shut for now, but I'll have my answers one way or another. Let's ask him what he did after he arrived here at the gallery. Give me back my time. We'll soon see what he's hiding. It's just a matter of time. Okay. Alright, tell me what you did once you arrived here. What's the big idea? Why are you staring at me like that? I don't remember. I didn't have a pamphlet, so I didn't know what was here. I just kind of hung around by the fountain. You didn't receive a pamphlet when you paid your entrance fee at the reception desk. Huh? You mean entry isn't... It's not free to get in here. You mean to tell me that you entered without paying? I'm sorry, okay? It wasn't deliberate. There wasn't anybody at the reception desk is all. So I thought entry must be free. You're saying Miss Bound wasn't at the reception desk at the time. Yeah, but it looked like there was maybe somebody in the little room opposite. Interesting. According to Detective Gumshoe, Miss Bound had to enter the security room to activate the sprinkler system. I expect she wasn't at the reception desk because she was busy responding to the incident. Right after she finally got the place open for business too. Poor Judy. The Winter Wing, the gallery's greatest attraction, is gonna be ruined now. You say you don't have a pamphlet, and yet you seem to know all about the Winter Wing. For example, that the Gemini statue you came here to draw just so happens to be in said room. Therefore, it was your intention to visit the Winter Wing all along, wasn't it? How did you get me again? Fine, you're right. I came here for the Gemini statue. And yeah, I came here to visit the Winter Wing. I won't deny it. Larry's not one to confess so easily. Then again, he's always managed to surprise me in unusual ways. Let's see what more he can tell us about the Winter Wing. I expect even Larry has found his feet a little by now. I'm gonna save here again. Wait, oh. I'll have to watch his reactions more carefully and see what information I can glean from him. What did you see in the Winter Wing, Larry? You don't let up, do you? I told you I didn't see anything. Galleries are nice and all, but I kind of changed my mind once I got here. Though I'd go meet my girlfriend. Thought I'd go meet my girlfriend instead. If I want to learn more here, I'll need a clue of some kind. I'd better try another approach for now. I'm done with you, go home! Larry, be honest. Did you enter the Winter Wing? What is that? Is that suspicion I see in your eyes? I tried to get in there, sure, but... You tried to get in, but you couldn't. Yeah, exactly. I wanted to get in there, but... that old guy came out and fell to the ground, and... like I said, it was all pretty shocking. So you were unable to enter the Winter Wing because the victim emerged and collapsed in front of you. Yeah, he came out of the Winter Wing door and then down he went. But wasn't it the Autumn Wing that the victim came out of? That stupid poison gas thing had never happened. I'd be in there happily sketching away right now. Larry seems to have the Autumn and Winter Wings mixed up. Regardless, it seems his aim really was to make a sketch of one of the statues. This could be a useful clue. What did you see in the Winter Wing, Larry? You don't let up, do you? Told you I didn't see anything. Galleries are nice and all, but I kind of changed my mind once I got here. I think it's time to deploy my clue. Didn't you say you came here to make a sketch of one of the statues for your girlfriend? You gave up on that a little easily, didn't you? Surely you saw something even if you were distracted by the victim's collapse. Well, I didn't not see something. But that doesn't prove that I did see something. It's totally terrifying either, does it? What were you blinking too hard? Really, Larry? You could at least try to make this a little harder for me. I put it to you, Larry Butts, that you did, in fact, see something totally terrifying. How do you do it, Edgy? Are you some kind of mind reader? Fine, I guess there's no point in trying to keep it a secret any longer. I'm not sure there's much point in you trying to keep any secrets, given your track record. It wasn't exactly the most identifying use of my time, but that's checkmate. Heck yeah! I couldn't help staring at that Gemini statue. My eyes were drawn to it. Objection! You keep talking about a Gemini statue, but there's no way you saw what you think you saw. It's simply not possible. What do you mean? You think I saw a ghost statue or something? Larry's still laboring under the misconception that he was looking at the Winter Wing. This piece of evidence shows us what Larry was really looking at. No.
Take that!
Take a look at this pamphlet. Autumn Wing features sculptures depicting Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, and Aries. Not only that, but I've seen the statue depicting Gemini in the Winter Wing for myself. Which means that whatever you saw, it can't have been a statue of Gemini. Guess that makes sense. Why is he not more surprised by that? It did seem pretty weird now that I think about it. One of the two people did look like a goddess. So the other stuff, I guess that wasn't my imagination either. Other stuff? You're interested in it too, aren't you, Edgy? Great, let me show you. Show me what exactly? I drew a picture of it all. Got the whole scene down exactly as I saw it. But I'm still not that confident in my work, so well, I want to see. Really? Alright, here. What on earth is grotesque? What the actual? Why is there? Now I'm just thinking of that whatever statue, I can't remember like in what country, that just like cries blood. Hold on, like. What on earth? It's grotesque. You're trying to tell me that the statue is crying tears of blood? Well, I don't want to believe in myself, Edgeworth, but here we are. I have to say, Laurice, it's pretty scary. Right, because it was scary. It was supposed to be a statue of Gemini, but up and turned into a goddess right before my eyes. It freaked me out so bad I screamed out loud. So he wasn't reacting to the victim collapsing in front of him after all. Good God. Wait, when you say it turned into a goddess, what do you mean exactly? What do you mean? What do I mean? The bottom half was suddenly a fish. That's what I mean. A goddess with a fishy bottom half. Sounds like Pisces to me. I heard it's all based on his legend of a goddess and her son turning into fish to escape some baddie. Some baddie! Wait. Well, ain't that just something? Wow, really? I thought Pisces was just two plain old fish. Edgy, do you think the statue's cursed? I mean, tears of blood turning to a fish? That's some pretty cursed stuff right there. Don't be a fool. I imagine you simply mistook one statue for the other. Spicy. What's the pink stuff? That Pepto-Bismol? Oh, look at you tucking it carefully into your organizer. Ah! I simply thought I might have a use for it later. Maybe in the bathroom. No. No, Edgeworth! You're the worst, Edgy, the worst! Kinda freaky deaky though, huh? A statue of the bomb half that changed shape. I'm pretty keen to find out what went down in the Autumn Wing, aren't you? I suppose I am, yes. Could there be some kind of trick to the Pisces statue, perhaps? Can I have free reign to freaking run? Yes, Edgeworth speaking. I'm just about done in here, sir. There's no danger from the gas anymore. You can come in now. Heck yeah. Thanks. Good work, detective. It seems it's finally safe to enter the Autumn Wing. Good detective sure has impeccable timing. Come on, let's go take a look. I want to see this Pisces statue. You're going in there, Kay? Maybe I should come along too. Did you really think I was going to leave you out here on your own? I know better than that. Alright everyone, to the Autumn Wing. I love how Laurice and Eddie almost has like the same kind of walk. Yo, that's weird. Yo, it looks like this. Huh? Here we are at last. It really does look a lot like the Winter Wing. Glad you can make it. Oh, hey there. You're, Harry, was it? Good to see you, Harry. No, for the last time! The name is Laurice Dunham! Detective, your report if you don't mind. Yes, sir. Okay, so first off, I found a blowtorch. Thanks. The nozzle is still warm when I found it, so I guess it was used pretty recently. Was somebody using it to heat something? Use blowtorch, okay. Was the stepladder already like that when you entered? Yeah, guess it was used by whoever let out the gas. Gas was inside the case till someone opened the lid. Oh. Is that so? The Pisces statue. Huh? You're sure up on your constellations, sir. You know what the one in the other case is, too? This is the Autumn Wing, so I imagine it should be Capricorn. Guess there's no fooling you, sir. I thought it was supposed to be Taurus. Yeah, it does not look like That weird cloth that strafed around it kind of tripped me up. Isn't that a piece of luminous cloth from way back when? What's that doing here? Now we have evidence from the IS-7 incident too. Huh? Taking a look around. Oh wait, yeah, it does. It seems there's a piece of luminous cloth on each of the other cases too. Yeah, and that just makes me want to see what's hiding underneath real bad. Sure, let me whip them up. Alright, right off for ya. Wow, they're beautiful! So the transformation Larry witnessed could have been the moment when the cloth around the Pisces statue lowered half fell away. See, Edgy? See? I wasn't imagining things. I wasn't mistaken. That... Explain the blood then. Listen, Mouster, I think we can all agree, this room is fishier than a bucket of fish. My hunch is that somebody deliberately tried to make this room look just like the Winter Wing. Yes, I was thinking exactly the same thing. They even covered the statues up in such a way as to make them look similar, with a cloth covering the bottom half of the Pisces and Gemini statues that look almost the same. Ditto for Capricorn, covered his bottom half up and he looks pretty much like Taurus. The other two can't be fixed as easily, so covering their cases up completely was the only answer. So somebody went to some lengths to disguise the Autumn Wing as the Winter Wing. I'd say we need to take a closer look at the things in here, wouldn't you, Fender? God dang it! With a silly music playing. Mr. Winter and Judge Gavel. What the heck are you guys doing here? You're the last thing I need. This is my scene, you hear? Mr. Edgeworth, it seems I have failed in my duty yet again. I pray one day to make you see that your presence is not required at every crime scene. And that co-opting the good detective for your own ends is neither right nor good. I will have to give serious consideration as to how the goddess of justice will have me judge you. You got all wrong. It was me who asked Mr. Edgeworth to help, not the other way around. It was? Well then, you know what that means, Detective Flatfoot. Oh, you mean... Exactly, your, salary check is taking a hit. Oh no. Bet you're looking forward to payday now. Heh, always wanted to say that. Man, getting a wage cut from you of all people. Not so fast, Mr. Winter. I was simply assisting with the police's investigation as a witness and bystander. Detective Gumshoe is entirely in the right. Oh, he is, huh? So you're saying I should give him a bonus instead? That's not what I'm saying at all. Hey, I wouldn't mind a little salary bump. Your compassion and generosity are truly heartwarming, Eustace. But we must take into account past transgressions when making judgments that concern the future. And I hereby judge Mr. Edgeworth and his associates unfit to tread the hollow ground of this scene. What? But we just got here! The goddess of justice has conferred her blessings on Eustace and Eustace alone. I like to have a talk with this goddess of justice. By which you mean, this is Mr. Winter's case. That's exactly what she means. It's time for the warm-up act to get off the stage. After all, I solved this case on this one already. I have a suspect lined up and everything. What did you say? A suspect? Already? Who? Who else but your artist friend over there? Huh? Me? Me? What's going on, Edgy? Your guess is as good as mine. Can't even begin to imagine how the boy's mind works. Unsurprising that you lack the attitude to understand the winning mindset. Lack the attitude. Something tells me he doesn't know the real winning turn of phrase. The real winning turn of phrase. Well put, Eustace. Mr. Edgeworth does indeed lack a certain aptitude. Yeah, exactly. Where's your aptitude, smart guy? Wow, he's totally shameless. Underestimate my information gathering skills at your own peril. Before we came here, we dropped by the medical room to ask the doctor there a few questions. And he told me where the poison gas came from. And where might that have been? It was, it's this chemical you find everywhere. Can't think of the name just now, though. Wait there a second. Let me just call him real quick. Perhaps I can answer your question while Eustace is on the telephone. Why let him make the call if you know the answer? The gas is created by mixing two specific chemicals. Ubiquium and asphyxion. What kind of chemicals are they? Ubiquinum is a red liquid used in all manner of everyday products. Paint and dishwashing liquids, among various others. On its own, it's entirely binging. So it's something anyone could get their hands on. Precisely. But the same cannot be said for asphyxion. What does that does sound nasty. What's it used for? It's the main ingredient in a product called I can't freaking... Oh, I don't like the skull. That looks like a freaking, like, Hot Ones, like, sauce thing. Infesticide. How did I not freaking... I'm stupid. I can't read. Called Infesticide Ultra. It is pure white in color and is unavailable to the average consumer. In fact, it is nigh impossible for members of the public to obtain it here in this country. How do you think, Laurice? As such, we are currently investigating whether it might have come from. Oh, wait, that's the pink stuff on the floor. Or that was on the floor. I'm back. I know what the name of the chemical now. Don't waste your breath. Judge Calvin informed us already. Huh? Oh, great. That makes this quicker, I guess. So the source of gas, ubiquinum, is used in paint and stuff, right? And there was somebody here at the gallery today who brought paints with them. Your friend, the artist. You can't accuse me just because of that. Objection to the paints on that palette in your hand. Etchy, is this kid okay? He seems kinda little... Indeed. I haven't known him long, but he's a little prone to jumping to the wrong conclusions. Hey, quit talking about me like that, like I'm not even here. Ignore them, Eustace. They're simply intimidated by you. Nothing more. Ah, yes, I'm intimidated by a... How old are you again? A 17-year-old. Mm-hmm. Wait. A district, court judge, a member of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, who also acts as its mouthpiece. The greatest prosecutor ever prosecutes. According to himself anyway. In actual fact, his relationship with logic is tenuous at best. Why not give them yet another reason to fear you with one of your winning deductions? Winning? Yeah, good idea! Get a little of this, losers! I love how his hair just kinda like sprung up in an exclamation. Winner's winning deduction. Our friend, the artist here, won the race to find the victim and was first on the scene, correct? And the gas the victim was poisoned with is made from ubiquinum, which, as we know, is found in paint. He was carrying a paint on his person, and he was one winning stride away from the victim, which surely makes him the winner on our list of suspects. Oh no, I'm so scared of the prosecutor who can't prosecute his way out of a wet paper bag! No! Oh no! Wait, I just freaking realized that he's wearing a prosecutor badge. I don't think I've seen any other prosecutors wear their badge. Right, Gavel? You think so too, right? It is a possibility that certainly can't be discounted. Well, would the artist like to share his version of events? Did you leave red paint at the scene of the crime? Or something more sinister? The catalyst for a cloud of toxic gas, perhaps? I think I might have left my heart there, you know? And you might have picked it up! Larry, is not the freaking time! I need to take off my headphones for a second, hold on. God, I would be careful what you say to me. My gavel is already primed to deliver a guilty verdict.
Objection!
Ignore him, please, Your Honor. It's for the best.
Objection!
Quit stalling. You can't run away from the fact that my reasoning is flawless. So admit defeat and crawl out of here with your tails between your legs, because I win. Ha! I have better things to do than pick holes in your faulty logic, but I don't suppose I have much choice. It's like doing the dance of deduction with freaking Sherlock Holmes. Wait. I'm trying to think what all Larry said in that, not testimony, but his logic chess. Okay, so now we know. Okay, what's in this painting? Okay. Well, floor's pink. Probably because of the chemicals mixing. There's red coming out of her eyes, so that's probably from the ubiquium. Oh wait, we have this. I haven't even gotten the chance to look at this. Let me look. This dark shade of blue, being around such a common color from time to time, just might do me some good. Jeez Louise Malzarino. Talk about corny. You can fill an entire extra large bucket by yourself. Manskin sentimental. That's rich coming from you, Fender. These must be the switches that change the color of the cloth. Let's see if they work. Yeah. Well, the color has certainly changed color. Glowing with a pale blue hue. And according to Detective Gumshoe, this is what it looked like when it was still draped over that statue. Indeed. But what does that have to do with the case? Something. Well, frick, okay.
Hold it!
I'll be the first to admit that he's something of a suspicious character.
Objection!
First to admit? Are you trying to beat me to it? But you can't, because I'm the winner. I'm the first rate, always. Huh? I'm a first rate artist, you say? Larry, I don't need you to make this any more convoluted than it already is. Please, Mr. Winner, just continue.
Hold it!
We do indeed. It seems it's found in a number of everyday products. Right, which makes your friend's paint pretty darn suspicious. But isn't it also found in a bunch of other stuff too? She has a winning point, I guess. Right, Gavel? I suppose she does. As I said, ubiquium is also found in dishwashing liquids, among other things. In other words, paint isn't the only possible explanation. No, but just listen to the rest of my amazing deduction, will you?
Hold it!
It's by no means certain that the paint was the source of the poison gas. Ha! Well, it's by no means certain that it wasn't either. Was that supposed to sound clever? Copying Mr. Etcher's speaking style isn't a shortcut to looking cool, you know. You make it sound as if you think there's something wrong with how I speak. My man, you are like a thesaurus book. Anyway, to bring it all home, my winning deduction shows he had paint and he was closest to the victim. Yeah, but why would he kill him? He had no reason to.
Hold it!
That's really all you're basing your suspicion off of Mr. Butts on. What? You have a problem with that? Then show me some proof, loser. Put up or shut up. He's literally asking for it, Mr. Edgeworth. He is. So let's find the right piece of evidence and really give it to him. We know that Mr. Winter isn't much of a listener. We also know that his reasoning is likely to be based on a flawed assumption. Yeah, he even phoned the other guy and he still got it wrong somehow. Let's get this over with as quickly as we can. It's wasting all of our time. Oh my... the gas the victim was poisoned with is made of ubiquium. Wait. Oh, wait. He's saying it was just the paint that caused the poison gas, but it's also, you know, asphyxion, which you can't get by all natural means. I'm gonna save.
Objection!
Your deductions are anything but winning, I'm afraid. Unless you're looking to win a prize for incoherence. So you agree that I deserve a prize? My god, Eustace. What you deserve is to be set right. The gas came from within the case containing the sculptures of Pisces. It did, and it was created by the artist guy. With the red paint that we know is full of ubiquium. Allow me to offer you a bit of advice. One prosecutor to another, it always helps to listen carefully to others. The gas is created when ubiquium is mixed with another substance, asphyxion. Paint containing ubiquium alone couldn't create any kind of gas at all. Yo, the brain cell went to him. Went to his antenna. It wouldn't? I thought they said the guy was asphyxiated with ubiquium. So you're telling me all this was based on a mishearing from the forensics report? Yeah. The gas had already done its work by the time Mr. Butts found the victim. Perhaps it's your own aptitude that you should be worrying about. My aptitude? What does that even mean? You literally used the word 5 minutes ago. It means one's ability, or how suited is one to a particular task, Eustace. And attitude, the other word you misused only minutes ago as well, is another thing entirely. I get what you're doing. You're making fun of me again. What I'm doing is demonstrating that you do not have the aptitude required to head up this investigation. Before you go any further, you might wish to consider some of the flaws in your own statements. Yo, I just remembered something, but I'll talk about it after this whole thing. And what flaws might those be? Firstly, that you cannot prove your artist friend did not enter the autumn wing. And secondly, that you cannot prove the red paint did not have something to do with the crime. But the paint isn't important on its own, surely. What's important is the combination of the red ubiquium with white asphyxion. How exactly were the two substances introduced to one another? Surely we need to figure that out before anything else. Indeed we do. And that is what Eustace will be investigating next. Or what he would already be investigating had you not been here making needless trouble. We are not here to make trouble. Quite the opposite, in fact. We are here to help. Are you saying you know how the gas was made? I don't believe you. I can certainly point you towards a vital clue as to how it was done. He is bluffing, Eustace. Ignore him. It's fine, Gavel. He's clearly lying. Might as well let him talk himself even further into a corner. If you're sure. Come on then, show me what you've got. What shows how the gas was created, huh? It'd be the... My god, Larry's freaking art piece at it again.
Take that!
You're saying this somehow shows us how the chemicals were mixed to make the poison gas. That's exactly what I'm saying. Yes, thank you for noticing. Well, they do say I have a good eye. The red tears Mr. Butts saw, that was the ubiquium. What? Wait a second. You're saying the statue cried the stuff out? What, so our culprit is some kind of evil spirit? Nothing will, like, beat the, Wait, why is there a chisel and a dog? How much time am I going to have to waste talking him through the step-by-step? The red tears alone would not have been enough to create the gas. It must have mixed with something else inside that case. What? And what evidence do you have that's what happened? The evidence is right there in the sketch I just showed you. You need to point the part that shows that the two liquids had mixed together on the floor.
Take that!
Observe the pool of pink liquid beneath the Pisces statue glass case. I can tell you for sure that is not Pepto-Bismol. This clearly shows that the two chemicals mixed. What? Wait, I don't get it. How does that prove that some ubiquium mixed with some asphyxion? We have an artist with us. Why don't we ask him? Larry, you claim to be something of a painter. I imagine you have some experience mixing colors. What happens when you mix red with white? Don't treat me like I'm a dumb edgy. I did graduate from junior high, you know. Any idiot knows that red and white makes pink. I mean, there's variations. You got your rose pinks, your baby pinks. That will be more than enough, thank you. Do you see what I'm getting at now, Mr. Winner? Oh, I think I do. Ubiquium is red, asphyxium is white. Mix the two together, and you get pink. That's what the pink liquid is. Yes, very good. We got there in the end. Yes. Interesting. I think it finally convinced him. Mr. Edgeworth, you have raised the possibility, nothing more. We cannot know for sure that this shows the result of the two chemicals having mixed. And besides, the sketch you were attempting to enter as evidence was drawn by a suspect. How can we possibly hope to rely on its veracity? Hey, I drew everything exactly as I saw it. A true artist never lies or embellishes the truth. I'm looking at freaking Mira Misham in like 7 years in the future. Oh, not Mira, Vera. Taking a screenshot. Forgive me, but I did not ask for your opinion. Oh, she's a cold one, but I like it. Larry, please. You may rest assured, Your Honor, that I mean to prove my theory to all of our satisfaction. It may not be wise to jeopardize your position any further, Miles Edgeworth, especially as there is another question to which you have yet to provide a satisfactory answer. How can you prove that this man did not enter the Autumn Wing? Until you are able to, there is little more to discuss. Wait, maybe the victim could help us out with that! Mr. Gusto, he is still unconscious and in critical condition. He is? Oh. Now, if you don't mind, Eustace needs to carry out his own investigation of this area. If you would be so kind as to leave him in peace. Oh. For the presiding judge's sake, I pray to the goddess that you need not ever be summoned to testify. Now then, is there something you wish to say, Mr. Artist? If you could just hold that pose for a moment there, Miss Ice Queen! I am Justice Verity Gavel, and I would be grateful if you would dispense with the childish epithets. Oh, finally she tells me her name. Nice to meet you, Verity. Name's Laurice Duna, but you can call me Laurice. If you could stop wasting the court's time, Mr. Duna. Oh yeah, sorry, it's just, there's something I forgot to mention. The door is locked. I tried to open it and then the old guy came tumbling out. It does appear that the door can be unlocked from the inside. However, that does not necessarily mean that it was locked at the time you claim. Without proof, your statement carries little weight, I'm afraid.
Objection!
Well, as it happens, I can back our pal up here on that. What? Yep, we tried to come in here too, but it's just like the guy said, it was locked up tight. Ain't that so, Malzerino? It is. I distinctly remember how it went. We're going to replay this entire thing. So, Winter Wing, Winter Wing. Huh? I don't believe it. It's locked. Gallery's open for biz, but the Winter Wonder Wing's off limits. What gives? Prior to the incident with the gas, it was not possible to enter this room from the outside. And was to say that your suspicious friend was not in here with the victim the entire time. The fact that he didn't suffer the ill effects of the gas. Search him for a gas mask if you like. I doubt you'll find one. I see. Now I suppose we will have to take you at your collective word. That was a little too easy. Well, Judge Gavel, do you accept that Mr. Butts is no longer a viable suspect? And that once again, Mr. Winter's deductions have fallen short of the mark? Heh, what are you talking about? I just need some more information, that's all. You can't blame a guy for being a little hasty with his deductions. I can, if it's going to land some innocent person in jail. You know it's not cool for a prosecutor to be saying stuff like that, right? Very well, then perhaps we should call our next suspect. Mr. Dunham, you may step down from the stand. Huh? Go, you mean? But I was enjoying our time together, Verity. Verity, let me stick around, please. Overruled. Show no mercy. Squish my heart into a goopy mush. I love it. Please, Larry. Who exactly is this next suspect? The pharmacist, Delicia Scone. Your artist friend may have struggled to lay his hands on the bottle of infesticide Ultra, but someone in her line of work would surely have a better idea of where such a thing might be acquired. God. The court hereby calls for a 10-minute recess. Eustace, we will go and fetch the suspect. Your winning smile will bring her running, I'm sure. My winning... Of course, Cavill. Let's go get her at once. Hey, Detective Flatfoot, you carry on investigating while I'm gone, okay? Sure. Is it possible? Could Judge Gavel have suspected Miss Scone from the start? Now that you mention it, she wasn't helping Mr. Winter like she usually does, huh? What exactly is your angle here, Judge Gavel? Man. Oh wait, yeah, there was something I was gonna mention. Where is it? Like, I saw this on Twitter and it got me like wondering about Eustace design, because I thought it looked familiar. Okay, here it is. It's like a collage of the outfits in the, what school was it? I can't freaking remember, but his clothes matches the ones of the defense classes. And I looked it up. And apparently, around the time, like, when Eustace, the prosecutions had, like, the blue colors, and the defense had red, but then they switched it, like, years later, which, thank God, because I was so confused, because I thought, like, Eustace, you're wearing the wrong clothes, man. What the heck? I don't know why, like... Oh wait, I think isn't that like the school uniform that Athena's wearing? I wish I like remembered what the school was called, but yeah, I wanted to like just point that out. So I thought that was like a neat thing. Like they explained like, oh yeah, they had a different colors years ago. I need to, like, hold on. Before I need to look at this, too. Yeah, okay, so... They sure are taking their time. I thought this was supposed to be a 10-minute recess. Sorry to keep you losers waiting. Wait no longer. I won the race to find Alicia Scone, and here she is. My God, she has not changed since we last saw her. Hello, dears. This lovely young man said you wanted to speak to me. Delicia Scone, purveyor of the most wondrous wares a pharmacist can offer. At your service. Delicia to my pals, and even Miss Delicious to some. You can call me the winner, and I'll call you whatever I want. Alright, Winnie Pooh. Winnie Pooh. Whatever you say, it's lovely to meet you, dearie. So much for call me the winner. Oh, have we met before, young man? Get a load of this, Delicia. That's Miles Edgeworth, Gregory's son. Well, I never. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mousy Smiles. Mousy Smiles. If you must address me by my given name, just Smiles will do. Oh, Greggy Pegleg's boy, and all grown up too. Make me feel my age, why don't you? I wonder just how old she is. That's a great answer we will never know. Eustace, I believe we have some questions for our pharmacist. Oh yeah. What brings you to the gallery today, Miss Scone? Why, I came to see dear old Moody Judy, of course. We've been fast friends for 18 long years, and no one's going to stop me visiting her now. I understand that you helped look after Mr. Gusto in the immediate aftermath of the attack. Oh, I didn't do much, really. Just whipped up in a quick antidote for the dear old doctor. Wow, you can make an antidote just like that? Oh yes, dear. As long as I have the right ingredients, I can throw together just about any medicine you like. It certainly can help that the medical room was well equipped, though. We were much better off treating him here than losing vital minutes taking him to the hospital. Anyway, we did what we could. The rest, well, that's up to him. What do you know the victim, Miss Delicious? Oh yes, well, sort of. It's been 18 years since I last saw him. Apparently he's famous these days. One of the best confectioners in the world, or so they say. Interesting. So he's a well-known public figure. Oh yes, dear. He was on the news and everything. Confectionery crafting king of the world, they said. Wow, so the old dog really went to Zhangfa and upped his game, just like he said he would. Perhaps we could proceed to the matter at hand. Miss Scone, are you familiar with the substance known as Infesticide Ultra? I can't speak today. Of course, dear. You use it to, well, get rid of, you know what. Oh, it's awfully strong, though. That's what they don't sell. That's why they don't sell it in the shops. Might I ask what you mean by you-know-what? The little blighters that frighten the life out of poor innocent ladies like yours truly, that's what! Ghastly little creatures running around people's nice clean kitchens and terrorizing them. Oh, I get it. Those. Thank you, Miss Scone. One more question if you don't mind. Are you aware of what happens when the chemicals Asphyxion and Ubiquium are combined? Oh, yes. It's right there in the Infesticide Ultra instructions. Do not mix the products containing Ubiquium, ever. Because if you do, they react with each other and make a horrible, poisonous gas. What was it again? Effects of inhalation include respiratory complications and, well, death. And poor old Gusty very nearly didn't make it. To make that much gas, you need, oh, probably 500 milliliters of each chemical, I'd say. She certainly talks like a skilled pharmacist. Than a skilled, baker. Ubiquium was awfully thick and sticky, and it heats up very quickly indeed. It's also bright red and smells minty fresh. Oh, and cheap as chips. That's what they use it. That's why they use it in everything. Asphyxion's more watery. It's white in color. That will do, thank you. You're clearly well informed, Miss Scone. As well I should be, dearie. After all, Infesticide Ultra is made by the company I work for. Well, what a coinky dink! I'm learning so much, but also you're not helping yourself. Oh, but before you get the wrong idea, they don't go around handing out free samples. As I say, it's awfully terribly dangerous. You couldn't buy it even if you wanted to. Yes, Miss Scone. Very interesting indeed. And yet, there's a company that just makes them. I think that tells us all we need to know. Strange. I thought she suspected Miss Scone. Something in that smile makes me wonder if she has some other angle in mind. What is it, Detective Flatfoot? Any development to report? Yes, sir. Turns out the sculpture's glass display case is open from the top. Huh, that's rather unusual. And the temperature inside can be adjusted too, all the way down to 0 degrees. Pisces' case was kept at 26 degrees. Dang near got my hand stuck to it. We're lucky you escaped alive. Anything more relevant to the case? Yeah, they found something on the underside of the top part of the Pisces case. Traces of Ubiquium. Oh, now we're talking. That's odd. If there's Ubiquium stuck to it, it should have stayed stuck. After all, 26 degrees, it would have been frozen solid. So someone messed with the temperature and made it warm. It would, huh? So how did things wind up as they are now? I think Kay might be able to help us figure out just that. Or at least, Mr. Thief might. Heh, you guys are that desperate to get on my good side, huh? Fine, I don't know what the heck you're talking about, but take it away. Can't believe I'm taking orders from this guy. But whatever, anything for the truth. Before you get too carried away, the Goddess of Justice has no need of your help. We will find the truth ourselves. Youch! Why so frosty, Judge G? Your baby prosecutor just gave us the big thumbs up. What's the issue here? Baby prosecutor. Oh, wait. Don't tell me the committee has some dirty little secret it doesn't want us finding out. I am not required to explain myself to you. But if you feel that you absolutely must participate in the investigation, perhaps you can prove to me that it will be worth your while to keep you around. What exactly does she have in mind here? Who triggered the release of the poison gas? If you can answer this question, I will consent to your participation to the investigation. I can't speak. Why can I not speak today? You heard the lady smiles. Somebody opened the Pisces case and let out that gas. Considering that we've learned so far, there's only one person it could possibly be. No? Yes, the answer is indisputable. In that case, please kindly provide it now. Who released the poison gas? Oh my god. Carmelo... He was the only one in there.
Take that!
The victim, Carmelo Augusto, is the only person to have entered the Autumn Wing. Thus, only he could have opened the case. Correct. That appears to be the only logical answer. Very well, I would permit your participation in this investigation to continue. However, if at any point I feel you are contributing nothing of value, you will be removed immediately. Understood. Even if Mr. Gusto did open the case, we still have no idea why. Alright, Mr. Edgeworth, tell me what you want to see. Let's use the data we've collected to recreate the scene before the poison gas went off. On it! Don't scare me like that! So this is what you were talking about, your Mr. Thief. Let's begin by examining the Pisces sculpture. There's a generous amount of ubiquitous frozen to the underside of the top part of the case. Yeah, which is what's keeping that lid on real tight. The actual glass lid is all cracked though, right? Somebody really went to town in your little house there, huh, Pisces? And do we have any idea how the glass lid might have come to be so cracked? Well, it doesn't look like the outward-facing side of the glass suffered any damage. I see. So we have a cracked piece of glass that we know was ice cold on its inner-facing side. We also know that it wasn't damaged in any direct way on its outer-facing surface. Thoughts? Ice cold. Makes me think of the way you glare at people, sir. Cracks make me think about those deeply etched lines on your forehead. Not helping, guys. It was cracked by heat expansion. Applying heat to ice-cold glass from the outside will cause it to crack. Huh. Well, I'd appreciate the science lesson, but why is it all heat-cracked in the first place? Why, indeed. A heat-cracked glass lid lines on its underside with frozen ubiquitous. You look like the cat that got the cream, Mauserino. You know what happened, don't you? I certainly do. What's more, I know how Mr. Gusto opened the case. What? But you didn't even give me a chance to figure it out first. It would have been quite the wait. Well, don't keep it to yourself. I want answers. How did Mr. Gusto open the case? Oh, wait. He used the blow. Why, though? Why?
Take that!
The blowtorch showed signs of having been. The blowtorch showed signs of having been used recently when it was found here in the Autumn Wing. I think it's likely that it was used on the glass lid, causing it to crack. A blowtorch? Who uses a blowtorch to open a glass case? Oh, I get it! Mr. Gusto is trying to melt the frozen ubiquium so he could open the lid. Indeed. You beat me to the answer by a second, but we'll see who wins in the end. Don't try and tell us you nearly had it. You didn't even have a clue. Nuh-uh, it was Edgeworth making things hard to understand. He really pulled the nuh-uh. Frick you mean, nuh-uh. I really need the frick you mean, nuh-uh from Edgeworth. Okay, would you mind updating the recreation so that Mr. Winter can follow along too? Sure, just for him. Alright, here goes. Oh, I see. Oh, that's why that was left out. Okay. Mr. Gusto was alone in the autumn wing, and while he was in here, he used this blowtorch to melt the frozen ubiquium on the underside of the lid. But why though? But why? Oh, I dropped my toenail clippers. Okay. Uh-huh. And? As the ubiquium melted, it mixed with the asphyxion that was already present inside the glass case, thereby producing our poisonous gas. When Mr. Gusto had finally managed to open the lid, he would have released the gas and poisoned himself. He made it as far as the fountain room where he collapsed. So he opened the case and out came the gas. Huh. It seems we got there in the end. But why the heck a doodle-doo did... Why the heck did a doodle-doo? But why the heck a doodle... Oh! Why the heck... I'm like having a stroke here. Eddie, please. Why the heck a doodle-doo did he want to open the case in the first place? I'm not sure. In fact, we don't even know what his ultimate goal was. I don't think he might have come here for the same reason I did. Check out not the autumn wing, but the winter wing. You remember, right? I thought this is where the winter wing was when we first got here. Cacciato too, did it? My Cacciato did it, my little Eddie Lumpkin. I was ever so confused what with being where Chili Wink's room was all those years ago. There's even the same little tree in front of the blessed door. Who wouldn't be all at sixes and sevens, eh? Did everyone involved with the IS-7 incident make the same mistake? I think we need to go and take another look at the winter wing. Time to see how quickly I can convince Mr. Winter, I suppose. Don't say freaking Eureka! That's Miles and Gregory's line! Frick you! Eureka! Ladies and gentlemen, I have the answer. The answer to what exactly? The man was going to end it all. A dramatic exit stage left, sort of artsy-fartsy farewell. Oh my god, Eustace! What the? Have you been listening at all this whole time? At my level, I barely need to listen a word, and I still understand exactly half of what's going on. That's not... Perhaps I can explain a few of the finer details to you later, Eustace. Winner's prerogative. Winners? Sure. Thanks, Gavel. Thank you indeed. I find it's always best to leave things like child wrangling to a professional. In the meantime, don't you have something to tell Mr. Edgeworth and his friends? Oh yeah, I totally forgot! What is it now? I took the liberty of investigating our friendly pink pharmacist here. Or rather, I had one of my underlings do it for me. That's nothing to brag about, you know. Shut up! Can't you see I'm talking? Anyway, let's put a pin in my suicide theory. Yeah, well, I'm just gonna pin it, like, somewhere I'm never gonna see it. I'm gonna... I have something more important to tell you. It's, it was Miss Delicious who set up the poison gas trap. What? How could you say that? I was greatly saddened to learn this, Miss Scone. You don't even know what's going on. You're just here. Your profession is one dedicated to saving lives, and yet you used your expertise to try to take one. I beg your pudding! How dare you! I did no such thing! Perhaps you could explain, Mr. Winter. You bet I can. You bet I can. Get a load of this. This is Miss Delicious' pharmacist license. And it says right here that she's authorized to handle an infesticide Ultra. The product that we have established contains asphyxion, which is one of the ingredients of our poison gas. Exactly. It's almost impossible for ordinary people to get a hold of that stuff. But Miss Delicious is no ordinary person. She's a card-carrying pharmacist. I didn't do it! This is all just a terrible misunderstanding!
Objection!
And that's not all. There was a bottle of infesticide Ultra in the victim's pocket. But what do you know? It's covered in your fingerprints. We know that you, Miss Pound, took the victim to the medical room. What better moment to slip the bottle into his pocket, No! There was only one person on the premises licensed to carry infesticide Ultra, and that was you, Miss Scone. Furthermore, you were acquainted with Miss Bound, the owner of the gallery, meaning you would have had access to the building and ample opportunity to prepare your trap. No, dear, listen! You don't understand that infesticide Ultra was stolen from me! Lying will only lengthen your sentence, Miss Scone. I'm not lying! Oh, it's in my bag somewhere, I'm sure of it! What is she looking for? That's not it. And that's not it. That cloth looks familiar. Ah, here we go, I knew it was in here somewhere. Look! And what is this? There's something written on it, I think. April 1st, complaint filed, offense, theft. Item stolen, infesticide Ultra, 1 bottle. It's a crime report relating to a theft. Oh, what? See, you silly billies, I told you somebody pinched it off me a week ago. No less. Wait, what date? But what you mean by to say that it was not in your possession at any point today? That's exactly what I mean to say. I think the bottle you found might be the one I lost. I always have some in my medicine bag, just in case, you know? And I'm supposed to keep my bag locked up tight. But, well, I'd forgotten my head if it wasn't screwed on. And now thanks to silly old me, someone's gone and mixed up a cloud of poison gas with the stuff. I see. But why on earth would you carry such a hazardous substance around with you? Like I said, just in case, you never know when one of them might appear. You mean the ghastly little creatures that run around in people's nice clean kitchens type of them? You could just roll up a newspaper and whack! One and done. Psst, Gavel, what do I do now? Ah, of course. I think perhaps it might be wise to confirm the authenticity of the crime report, just to be safe. It can't hurt to verify Miss Scone's story after all. She may be lying to us. Good idea. Alright, I'm gonna give the precinct a call. Don't go anywhere. So Miss Go might not be guilty after all. Indeed, if she really were the one to set up the poison gas trap, then I highly doubt she would have used a method that directly implicates her. So who do you think did it, Smiles? Someone with knowledge of the victim's likely behavior and the time and means to prepare. Two factors which point to one very specific person. Oh yeah? Who might that be? Don't leave us hanging, big guy. What? Oh, crime scene recreation. Hold on. Oh god, I think... Who had the means to steal the infesticide Ultra and dress one up to look like another? Judy!
Take that!
Surely Miss Bound, the proprietor of these premises, could possibly have prepared in such a way. And she is also just like the only person that's just been running around, so yeah. We'll need some solid evidence to support such a theory, nonetheless. So it was her, huh? Oh, that's gotta sting. Strange. It's like he already knew. I think I knew from like 18 years ago. Nice shooting, Mazzarino. Might have to make that associate position a permanent deal. That is not what I was hoping for. I'm back with results. The police have confirmed that the theft really was reported and logged, which means we may have been a little hasty with some of our conclusions, team. You mean that every single one of your conclusions proved to be a hogwash? No! I mean, we're only just getting started. Oh, then what's our next move? Well, first we need to go and talk to Miss Bound. And then I'll think about what to do after that. Eustace? Mr. Gusto's real destination appears to have been the Winter Wing. Perhaps it would be worth having someone investigate that room more thoroughly. Oh yeah, we should totally do that. Flatfoot, go investigate the Winter Wing. Yes, sir. Gabble, we're going to talk to Miss Bound. Very good, Eustace. We'll join you, if you don't mind. Look at him talking on his phone. He doesn't know anything of what's going on. Alright, you have your orders. Go talk to Miss Bound for me. Hey, Mr. Winter, weren't we going to talk with Miss Bound ourselves? Sure, but I thought why not let the grunts handle the grunt work, you know? Means I can just sit back and wait for the report. A winning strategy. You spoiled little... he's so exhausting. I need a break. Huh? There's something in the fountain. Oh! Oh my god! It's a body! What the fudge? What the actual... What on earth? Order! Order in the court! Somebody call forensics! Bad news, sir! Really bad news! Order! I will have order, detective! The ice sculptures in the Winter Wing! They've all melted! God freaking dang it! Oh, that's where it went! My bad! What the fudge? God! Huh? What? Did... Huh? Say? What is the meaning of... There's some spilt freaking tea over there! What is the meaning of this? Now we have 2 victims? Yeesh, talk about deja vu. It's just like 18 years ago. Even the ice melted again. Again? This is like some weird rerun. Same people, same everything. Holy frick, it's like we're in a TV show right now. Casually looks towards the camera. I said it before and I'll say it again. This is no coinky dink. You're with me, right, Mazarino? I am. And I think the answers will lie in the IS-7 incident itself. In fact, I'm convinced of it. Great minds think alike. Alrighty then. Time for another trip down memory lane. Don't tell we're going back in time. We're going back in time? How long have I been here? Been an hour. I can do it. Save progress. The events of 18 years past. That sounds like a freaking, Scrooge, situation. Still can't believe the IS-7 incident was Gregory's last case. That it's been 18 long years since. A murder at a confectionery contest, and one of the participants, no less, R.T. Frost. They pulled his body out of a treasure chest that was part of Samson Tangora's chocolate tableau. Yeah. He'd been hit in the head with a large rock salt lamp and subsequently bled to death. We found the lamp hidden inside the candy castle Delicious Scone had made for the contest. Then, before anyone had the chance to investigate Mr. Frost's own room, all of his icy creations had melted clean away. 18 years ago. I'm back in the freaking building again! All of Mr. Frost's work destroyed. Mr. Von Karma wasn't very happy. He told us to get out, and in no uncertain terms. So what do we do now, Mr. E? I can't believe he just up and kicked us out! Von Karma's a total jerk! Now, Eddie. It was always the job of the police and the prosecutor's office to investigate the scene. Yeah, but he didn't have to talk to us like that. Who cares if we're cops or attorneys? We should all be working together to find the truth. You can't assume that everybody's aims are the same as your own. You may wish to expose the truth, but others might prefer to accept things at face value. Which way of thinking is right will depend on the person. But what if somebody innocent ends up behind bars because no one managed to uncover the truth? It can happen. It can happen. We're all human, police and prosecutors included. Which is why defense attorneys exist. Our job is to help people in just such situations, to be friends to the friendless. Friends to the friendless? Now, we may not be able to investigate the Winter Wing as hoped, but that doesn't mean we can give up. You're right, Mr. E. I'm sorry, I should have thought more before I opened my big mouth. You're young, Eddie. You'll learn soon enough. I will, I promise. Mr. Edgeworth, Miss Defender, you look like you could use a little pick-me-up. I'm afraid this is all I have, but please, by all means. Oh, you're the best, Miss Bound. Chocolates, Tangora's favorite, handmade by Bound, rather misshapen and incredibly sweet. Thank you. A little sugar boost might actually help, although these are a little too sweet for my liking. And a little uniquely shaped. I'm sorry they are not to your taste. No way, they're great. They're so sweet. You're very kind. Imagine, me of all people, a mediocre confectioner. What? You mean you made these yourself? Yes, Samson loves chocolate, so I had to learn. Keeping him supplied with his favorite treats is just one of my many duties. Although he doesn't spend most of the time coaching me on how to improve my technique. Mr. Tangora sure is a lucky guy. Getting to eat homemade sweets made by the one and only Judy Bound whenever he wants sounds amazing. I'm sorry, did you say something? No, nothing at all. Wait, do I have... Aha! Wait. Didn't the guy in the fountain kind of look like Artie Frost? Huh? He? Dear sweet Eddie, you really do still have a lot to learn. It seems you're quite committed to the work you do for Mr. Tangora, Miss Bound. Of course, what right would I have to stay here otherwise? What do you mean by that? I was abandoned as a baby, and Mr. Tangora took me in. That's right, one snowy Christmas Eve, many years ago, he found me on the steps of this very mansion. He saved my life, and became the father I never had. How many people are just like, I'm an orphan now? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 5. Holy frick. I can never repay him. So my work for him is the least I can do. And I'll be here for him for as long as he needs me. That's the most beautiful thing I ever heard. I must be getting old. I'm welling up a little myself. And to think today is Christmas Eve. And I can't even give him his present in person. I'd do anything to save him. Anything! Please, if there's something I can do to help, just say it. We're very grateful, Miss Bound. Perhaps you could help us by answering a question. Did you know the victim? Not very well, I'm afraid. Oh, but if you want to see some of his work, I have a picture of the sculptures he made for the final. My, they're stunning. Aren't they? I think they're masterpieces. Who would have thought you can make such intricate statues out of flavored ice? Samson adored them too. Oh hey, that's Taurus and Gemini, right? I didn't know you were on keen constellations and the Zodiac, Eddie. Oh, I love it. The stories those stars can tell. Take Gemini, for example. See the lyre? That's what the harp is called. And the arrow and the... Hold up. The lyre doesn't have any strings. Huh. Did Mr. Frost forget to add them, maybe? That doesn't sound like something he'd forget to do. Wait, really? But I thought you just said you didn't know him very well. Oh, well, he didn't seem like the type. It seems she's got something to hide too. You took this photograph yourself, Miss Bound. Yes, I used this instant camera here. It develops the pictures as soon as you take them. It's so useful. Oh, I'd love to see it in action. Then why don't I take your picture? Yes, come on, Mr. E. Let's get a shot of the both of us. Hold on. Need to... Well, alright then. It would be a shame to waste a good hair day. Ready? Say cheese! Can I see it? Let me see it. There, all done. And the picture's yours to keep, Mr. Fender. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. That's such a cool camera. Oh, come on, you're not gonna let us see it? man. Well, it's only one we've got, so we use it for all our picture-taking needs. It's very convenient, but the lack of negatives is something of a shame. So there aren't any negatives for us to reference, huh? I assume Mr. Tangara used this same camera during the contest. Yes, you assume correctly. He uses it for some work-in-progress pictures of his seascape. And later, to take some photos of the other contestants' works. But didn't you take a picture of the body when you discovered it? And didn't you discover the body while the judging was still underway? Yes, Samson wanted pictures of all the entrance completed rooms. But the film ran out just as he finished photographing Mr. Gusteau's work. So he asked me to go put in a new cartridge. He seemed to think there should have been more shots left than there were. In other words, the film ran out sooner than expected. Yes, the number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining. But he thought maybe he just lost track somewhere along the way. But had he really though? I went to our living area to change the film and was passing through the fountain room on my way back when I heard the sound of something break and collapse in Samson's room. Samson, are you in here? And body. Mr. Frost's body was just lying there. I was in total shock. It was all too much. But I remember I called the police and then I went to tell everybody else. And the camera, it's been with me ever since. I see. I'd be grateful if you could lend us the camera and this picture, Miss Bound. Of course. Here you go. Thank you. A new film cartridge has 20 exposures, but there are only 3 remaining. Oh. Detective Bad, Miss Scone, are they done investigating? They're done with me, that's for certain. The big meanie told me to clear off. Honestly, that mannequins will be the end of me. The cheek of him. Guess he got tired of people cluttering up his crime scene. Did he run you off too, Detective Bad? Yeah. Von Karma seems to think I'm a nuisance. Can't do things his way with me around. Why would Mr. Von Karma go so far as to exclude his own lead detective? Well, not really. Didn't even call him. Still, got a pretty good look at the scene. As for Gusto, he's enjoying a nice little chat right now in Frost's room. What about? About the fact that Miss Bound said she saw him going in there during the contest. Mr. Gusto went to Mr. Frost's room. That's right, and I have to say he looked very much like he didn't want to be seen. I don't know what he could have been up to. Well, he's a candidate number 1 at the moment, as the guy who melted Frost's work. But is that really why Mr. Gusto went to Mr. Frost's room? Got a photo of the room right here. If you need it, it's all yours. Wait, what? Why would you just give it to us? Do I gotta spell it out for you, kid? I'm offering to help you guys. I want the truth about this case to come out. Detective. Really, Detective Bad? Mr. Von Karma won't be happy about this. He's not happy regardless. He can suck it. Yeah, well, I'm not Von Karma's stooge. If he's gonna stonewall my investigation, then I'm not gonna play by the book either. Can't let some pesky rules keep me from finding the truth. Now can I, Mr. Edgeworth? Indeed. Thank you, Detective Bad. Wow, I can't believe you won him over, Mr. E! Eddie, please. Well, I haven't had the foggiest of what you're all going on about, but we're still new friends, hey? It's definitely nice to have the good detective on our side, that's for sure. Alright, let's take a look at that photograph. Here. This is what Frost's room looks like right now. Yikes, there's nothing left of its flavored ice sculptures but puddles. The floor appears to be completely covered in a pale blue liquid. I should compare this with the photo I just borrowed from Miss Bounds. I assume that the unplugged power cords has something to do with all this. Yeah, one that was out of the socket. Once that was out of the socket, the display case lost power, and up the temperature went. It looks like they're all connected to the same power strip. Do you have any idea when it was unplugged? Nope. Still working on that. Those sculptures were beautiful. What a waste. You can say that again. I should have taken a few more bites out of them when I had the chance, Miss Scone, please. No. It's not the time. I almost spat out my drink. So they taste good? Did they ever? I never tried ices so scrumptious in all my life. Really? Man, I wish I could have had a bite. Well, scrumptious except for the salty bits, of course. That was unbearable. The salty bit? It's in the other photo you've got there. This bit, the happy thing. Gemini's lyre. Wait, that's why I had no strings? 'Cause you ate them? How? How? I didn't eat that much, you cheeky little devil. I told you, it was all horrible and salty. It's interesting that only one particular part of this one particular sculpture tasted different from the rest. And could somebody other than Miss Scone really be responsible for eating the rest of the strings? Did you notice anything else, Miss Scone? Come to think of it, I did. There was a funny little mark on Chillywink's work. It was 2 little letters. Let me see if I can draw it for you. Here we go. Yes, it looked just like that. Boy, no, not that. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's almost like a signature or something. Wait. I just knew Miss Frost wouldn't have made that harp without strings. He's not the type to skip an important detail like that. I hope you don't mind me asking, Miss Bound. But are you certain you didn't know Mr. Frost particularly well? What? No, I barely knew him, I swear. Is that so? You certainly seem to have some strong opinions about his attitude towards his work. No, the sculptures were so carefully made. I didn't think he'd miss something so important. I'm sorry, but I don't believe you. You have more personal connection to his work than that. Now I'm going to save, just before. Frost alter... Well then! I mean... It was kind of coming up to that, wasn't it? You have a more personal connection to his work than that. What makes you say that? I have an item of evidence that appears to have been one of Mr. Frost's possessions, and it shares a key feature with another piece of evidence. Well, I won't know what you're talking about if you don't share. Man. So what are these 2 pieces of evidence of yours? Which 2 items point to Mr. Frost? Let me save here. This is the first. Do I have this checked? Yes, I do.
Take that.
Now the second.
Take that.
Miss Scone. Miss Scone found 2 letters carved into Mr. Frost's ice sculptures. I think they were a signature of sorts. After all, it's not unusual for an artist to initial their work. I guess not. That's right, dear. It's just like you said. Chillywink statues had the letters PH carved into them, plain as day. PH. Shouldn't it be AF? You'd think so, but take a look at this. It's the seal we found at the crime scene. It seems reasonable to assume that it fell from Mr. Frost's pocket. And when pressed into the surface of an item, it would leave behind the letters PH. The same pottery mark we see imprinted on the bottom of the item in the tea set. The same pottery mark. We have already established that the tea set is work of the sculptor Paul Halaquy. But from that, we can assume that these same letters would mark any items out as a piece of his work. A fact of which you were well aware, correct, Miss Bound? Well, yes, I know that he always marks his work with his initials like that. He's never revealed his true identity in public, so it's the only way to know his works are truly his. You mean Paul Halaquy was... That's right, Detective. R.T. Frost had another identity. He was no ordinary confectioner, at least as far as Miss Bound was concerned. For you see, Mr. Frost was in fact an extraordinary confectioner, a fan of sculptors. No, don't. Mr. Frost was in fact none other than the famed sculptor Paul Halaquy. What? Mr. Frost and Halaquy were the same person? But it's not like the mark's hard to copy, though. Anyone who's seen it could fake being him with it. Not exactly conclusive proof that Frost was who you say he was. It was proof enough for Miss Bound. What matters is that she believed it. His true identity will have to be investigated by the good people of the precinct. Alright, I'll have the boys look into it. I should have known I couldn't hide it from you, Mr. Edgeworth. So you admit it. You were aware of who Mr. Frost really was. When I discovered his body, I saw the seal you found. Don't ask me how, but I just knew straight away that he was my dear Paul Halaquy. Imagine his entries in a confectionery contest were his final legacy. A great man like that. I thought I saw something just fly past my head. What the fudge? And be honest, did you enter Mr. Frost's room at any point? What? Why are you asking me that? The photograph in Mr. Frost's room. I'd like to know when it was taken. Oh, it must have gotten mixed up with the one Samson took during the judging.
Objection.
I'm afraid I find that rather hard to believe. Wait, I want to look at everything else before. You said yourself that the camera ran out of film during the judging, and that you've had charge of the camera since before Mr. Tangora had the chance to visit Mr. Frost's room. That's how you were able to take that picture when you discovered Mr. Frost's body. I suppose so. This suggests that you took only 2 pictures with the new film, one of Mr. Frost's body and one of his room. But I have a piece of evidence that says otherwise. You do? Which piece of evidence contradicts the assumption that Miss Bound only took 2 pictures? It has to be the camera, yeah?
Take that!
The camera? You gave the picture of the body to the police, and the picture of Mr. Frost's room to me. Oh, and you gave us that picture you took of me and Mr. Edgeworth too. 3 photographs in total, and yet the film cartridge in this camera only has 3 exposures remaining. Out of a total of 20. You took more pictures, and I want to know what of. I'll need to see all the photos you took. Perhaps then we'll finally learn what you were really up to. I'm so sorry. I confess I've been lying to you. Huh. These are all shots of Frost's room. I'm so sorry. Looks like she took pictures of his work from every possible angle. And when they were taken, that still hadn't melted yet. Wait, don't tell me it was you. It was. At least, I'm pretty sure it was. You are? Why? You see, I'm a huge fan of Mr. Helique's work, as you know. I was petrified that they might be ruined, what with the investigation that was going on and everything. So I thought I should at least capture the sculptures on film for posterity. And how did that make them melt? I think perhaps I was so intent on getting the perfect photographs that I might have tripped over the power cord without noticing. By mistake? Are you sure? I didn't notice at the time, but, well, how could I have been so careless as to cause loss of his final masterpieces? That seems a little convenient to me. I'm not sure I believe it, but I'm not in a position to refute it either. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. Please don't worry about it. The important thing is that you told us the truth. Well, he said, no hard feelings, Miss Bound. Thank you. Mr. Edgeworth, picture's yours. Hope it helps. Ah, frick off. Are you infernal nuisances still here? You don't know when to give up. Linger for as long as you like. The answer is still the same. You are not part of this investigation. Whether we're part of it or not, we'll uncover the truth nonetheless. It seems you don't know when to shut up. Either. I commend you on your stubbornness. Mr. Von Karma, I'm afraid I'm the one responsible for Mr. Frost's work melting. What? What is the meaning of this? I'm so sorry, and to you, Mr. Gusto. No concern of mine. I didn't do anything. Mr. Von Karma agrees. Nothing at all, Mr. Gusto. You went into Mr. Frost's room, didn't you? Perhaps you could tell us why. Sure, I was... Silence! You were not to give the attorney even the tiniest shred of information. Judy Bound, you are coming with me. I have reason to believe that you are an accomplice of the accused Samson Tangora. No, I will be interrogating you personally, so you had better get your story in order. I understand. Wait, please, I'm not done questioning her myself. And you think I care because... Bad, Gusto, you, and you, Scone. I have questions for all of you, and I expect answers. Fine by me. Oh, you could at least ask nicely, Mannequins. My god. He took literally everyone with him. Indeed. Well, I suppose that means there's little point in us hanging around either. Perhaps it's time we got going anyway. It's rather late. I hope the snow has let up. You're right. Home time! Oh. Guess my stomach's in agreement too. Alright, let's go grab a burger. Before my own stomach starts grumbling too. I have reason to believe that you should play Windcraft. But I'm investigating. Well, maybe not in this timeline anymore, but in the other timeline I am. Sounds good to me. Let's stay up and rest up. We'll need to be fighting fit for tomorrow. We will indeed. And our first port of call will be with Mr. Tangora. I'm gonna have to talk to Mr. Tangora. No, don't. Why are you here? Huh? Okay. Hey, it's Miss Bound. Oh, Mr. Fender. Mr. Edgeworth. I'm so sorry about what happened yesterday. She looks rather tired. Has Mr. Von Karma finished interrogating you? Yes, though he really only seems interested in how I melted those sculptures. Are you here to see Mr. Tangora too? Yes, I'm terribly worried about him. Oh! Detective Bad, what are you doing back there? Oh, just happened to be here. I'll be heading back to the scene soon. Not sure how anyone just happens to be at a detention center, but okay. Good morning. Mr. Tangora, what happened to you? Oh no, Samson, what did they do to you? They didn't seem to want to let me sleep. I had no idea interrogations could be so involved. Sorry if I seem distracted. I think I'm a little tired. They're not letting you sleep. That's not police work, that's torture! What's going on here, Detective Bad? I'm not the one doing the interviewing. It's the guy that put on the case before me. I like Von Karma's methods about as much as you do, which is why I'm doing what I can to help. It was Detective Bad who got me out of there. I'd still be in that interrogation room right now if it weren't for him. Detective Bad really is trying to look out for Mr. Tangora in his own way, it seems. Jeez, man. Alright, Eddie, let's share yesterday's findings with Mr. Tangora. You got it, Mr. E. My notepad is at the ready. I haven't eaten all the notes yet, so, like, we're all good. Mr. Tangora, we found out quite a bit if you'd like to hear it. Of course, thank you. Are you alright, Mr. Tangora? You seem kinda spaced out. I'm fine. Just think my blood sugar might be running a little low. Samson, do you have anything that might give him a little energy boost? Oh, wait! Where's the chocolate? Huh? Is that chocolate? For me? Oh, those are the chocolates I wish I could just give them to you, Mr. Tangora. But the rules here don't exactly allow me to do so. Oh, that's a shame. But rules are rules, I suppose. There must be some way we can hand them to him. I hope Detective Bad is nothing the meaningful look in his direction. Looks at. Let me take a look at them. They seem legit. I can start passing them on to the suspect. Thank you, Detective Bad. Never thought I would hear that. I'm touched. Thank you, Detective. Yeah, whatever. Just sit tight. Here. You don't know how much this means to me. Yeah, keep it down, will ya? For both our sakes. Of course, Detective. I wouldn't wish to put your livelihood at risk. Now to sample these treats. Detective, I apologize for putting you in such a tight spot. I didn't do it for you. It was my call. Guess you're not such a bad guy after all. Oh my god. The sweetness. I feel like a man reborn. Were they your handiwork, Judy? Yes, how were they? Feel them melt. Soft and smooth. Chocolate that will comfort and soothe. Ear to ear. Head to toe. Smile and savor the taste as it flows. Delicious. They're not exactly beautiful, but they're sweet and oh so flavorful. Thank you, Judy. I'm so glad you like them. Now I'm glad you're back to your old self. My apologies, friends. The food they serve here is just so flavorless. Between that and the lack of sleep, I was about ready to collapse from sheer despair. Wow, is the food here really all that bad? Just the usual, french fries, ham sandwich, stuff like that. Yes, and yet I couldn't taste a thing. Anyway, I'm heading back to the scene. Before you go, Detective, do you have any new information to share? Oh yeah, you were right about the victim's identity. Frost worked as a sculptor in France, where he was known as Paul Harlequin. Artie Frost was Paul Harlequin. I never would have imagined. Poor Mr. Harlequin. So the famous French sculptor wasn't a Frenchman after all, huh? No, Eddie, stop eating the freaking paper! I'm gonna chuck the chocolate in your face. This all would certainly explain why Mr. Harlequin was such a recluse who refused to show his face in public. He was busy working on his greatest masterpiece, apparently. A bunch of Zodiac statues. Guess he'll never finish them now. He never finished his great masterpiece? Nah, seems he was making statues for each season. But he never got around to the winter constellations. The winter constellations? You mean Taurus and Gemini? So the two he made out of ice would have completed the set. Yeah, now they're nothing but puddles. What a bummer. I'm so sorry. Oh, no, Miss Bound. I wasn't blaming you. One last thing. Seems he had himself a bit of a spending habit when it came to his work. Every statue cost him millions to make. Which means he was always strapped for cash. We're checking to see if there's any chance someone called in a debt. I guess not even famous artists are safe from money problems. Wait. I have one of those. A spending habit. Oh my god. Do you have any idea why he entered the confectionery contest? None. Guy didn't even tell his family. I see. Okay. Alright, I really gotta get going. I'll go fetch another guard, but I can't be hanging around here any longer. Understood, Detective. We'll see you again shortly. He's a good man. He certainly is. And an uncompromising one. Somebody who can be trusted to stand up for what he believes in. And to scare the pants off anybody he knew he meets. Now, you were going to tell me about what you learned yesterday. Of course, allow me to give you a full report. Thank you for that. Allow me to apologize on Judy's behalf. I'm so sorry. It's fine, Mr. Tangora. As I told you yesterday, the important thing is that we learn the truth in the end. Now, would you mind if I ask you a question or two? By all means, I'll gladly share all that I can. What can you tell me about the contestants who took part in the final round of the contest? Let's see. There's Miss Scone. I loved her design concept. Unfortunately, her entry was in violation of the rules, so I had to disqualify her. Mr. Gusto's creations were a perfect balance of flavor and design, at least up through the semi-final. But disappointingly, his entry for the final was subpar on both counts. And there was actually something a little unusual about his entry for the semi-final as well. Which was, it tastes identical to Mr. Frost. They may have looked different, but I could have sworn I was eating the same thing. Huh? And what exactly did his work look like? Oh, there should be a photograph back at my mansion. I'll show it to you later, Mr. Edgeworth. Much appreciated, Miss Bound. Mr. Frost's entry for the finals, that was truly sublime. So you were able to finish judging it, even though his body had been discovered in the meantime. Yes, I wasn't aware of what had happened until after I'd completed my assessment. Mr. Frost wasn't in his room when I visited, so I took the liberty of sampling it a bit. Part of the lyre, I believe. Oh, you ate the rest of it! I'd never tasted anything like it. It was like a dream. I was so moved that I burst into song. I'm sorry, but are you saying that the lyre tasted good? I'd like to hear more about that if you don't mind. You're quite sure it was the lyre you tasted when you sampled Mr. Frost's work? I'm certain of it. It was part of the Gemini sculpture, which was the only sculpture in that display case. Mr. Tangora, would you mind taking a look at this photograph for me? So the part you tried was the lyre, the one shown here without any strings. Oh, there were strings originally. That was the part I ate. So the strings were missing because Mr. Tangora ate them all, and he enjoyed them. Miss Scone told us she ate a part of the lyre as well, but she said it was far too salty for her to finish. Then it's true. The truth is, I've suspected for a while that there might be something wrong with my sense of taste. Oh. Something wrong? How so exactly? There's a taste disorder characterized by an inability to detect salty flavors. And I suspect I've been suffering from it. I eat so many sweet foods on a daily basis that it took a while for me to even notice. But there's no denying it now. That would explain why the food here seems so bland to him. What? But your taste buds are a livelihood! Even if there was some long-term treatment option, I highly doubt a total cure for your condition exists. Nevertheless, you should put in a request to the police for a proper evaluation. Well, that won't be necessary. I have a recipe for a cure back at my mansion. You do? You do. You can take a look at it for yourself if you like. Samson, we can't show that recipe to just anybody! Judy, Mr. Edgeworth is hardly just anybody. He's my attorney, and I have no secrets from him. Yes, you're right. Of course. If that is what you wish. What on earth is this secret recipe for a miracle cure that they've been hiding? Well, I suppose I should be getting back. Alright, we'll be right behind you. Judy? Yes, Samson? There's more to life than just me. Please, Judy, think about the life you want to live, because I won't always be around. Don't say that! Without you, I don't have a life to live! So I'll be waiting right there at the mansion until you come home. Now, if you'll excuse me... Wait, Miss Bound! Judy. Oh, she seemed really upset. I thought I saw tears in her eyes. Why do you even say all that to her? 'Cause I worry about her. She can't keep putting my needs ahead of her own. What do you mean? The Harlequin collection, the candy making, it's all because she thinks these things will make me happy. She never thinks about what she wants, what she likes. I just want her to be her own person and to choose her own destiny. The last thing I want is for her to miss out on all that life has to offer because of me. I guess that makes sense. He really does see her as his own child. What parent wouldn't want their child to walk their own path? What parents wouldn't do everything they could to protect them? I know exactly how he feels in this moment. I think I've asked you of everything I can for now, Mr. Tangora. We should be getting back to the scene of the crime. Oh, you're leaving. I see. I suppose I'll be going back to the interrogation room for another session. Yes, we'll have to do something about that. You'll speak to the police for me. That too, but I'll be putting something else in place as well. An ace up our sleeve for when the time comes. Look forward to learning more. I'm counting on you, Mr. Edgeworth. We'll be back to brief you, Mr. Tangora, every day. And Judy too. Thank you, Eddie. I look forward to it. Mr. Tangora, your interrogator will do everything in his power to extract a confession from you. Hate to see an innocent man suffer like this. But please, you have to do everything you can to hold out. If you can't, Mr. Von Karma will use that confession against you for as long as this case lasts. And it will make it that much harder for me to save you. I understand, and I'll try. I won't give up until you're out of here, Mr. Tangora. You have my word on that. That freaking forensics guy is going to just fall into the freaking water. Holy frick, it's Christmas time. I'll be right back. Okay. Detective Bad, thank you again for what you did earlier. Yeah, thanks a ton. What are you talking about? There's no need to be shy about it. Never mind that now. I'm guessing you two are back here, looking to investigate some more. We are indeed. We'll need something solid if we're going to save Mr. Tangora. Well, I hate to break it to you, but apart from this room, the whole place is on lockdown. What? But we need to see those other rooms! This is Mr. Von Karma's doing, I presume. Who else? Haven't seen the autopsy report yet either. Guy's probably got a hand in that too. Don't expect to speak with anybody except us cops and Miss Bounds. Everybody else is gone. And I doubt Von Karma will be handing out phone numbers. Is this all just a game to him? Why does he have to go so far? So what's your plan of action, Detective? Same as before. Do what I can to help you uncover the truth, like I promised. You have my gratitude. Just you wait, Mr. Von Karma. We're gonna beat you in your bag of dirty tricks. We are going to fight him. Heck yeah. Detective, may we conduct a brief investigation of the area? Sure. But like I said, everywhere else is off bounds. You probably won't be seeing those rooms again. That's fine, as long as there's at least some way of continuing our investigation. We'll make do. I've done more investigating with Gregory than with Edgeworth. Wait. Part 1, you say? Oh, I love this! There's a drum set here decorated to look as if it were made out of cakes. We must play on Bacon Bop. Detective, about these drums. We already checked. There's nothing inside any of them. No sign of anything having been put inside or taken out either. They're not relevant to the case. You've already done your homework, I see. Maybe I may like lollipops a little too much, but I'm no sucker. Aw, they're getting along. Seems these instruments are used on Mr. Tangora's and Miss Bounce's TV show Bacon Bop. There's some of the few things in here that aren't made of candy. Why did he turn around? Is it just me, or does the detective seem a little disappointed? Man's got a sweet tooth. He's gonna have diabetes. He seems so disappointed. No, oh, okay. It's just... Wow. Hey, Eddie, you need more paper? Moment of your time, Eddie. Sure thing, Mystery. What's up? Oh, wait. I'm gonna present my badge. A real attorney's badge. I'll have one of my own one day. Just you wait and see. Well, just remember that the scales represent justice and fairness. It's not enough to simply wear the badge. Your job is to prove yourself worthy of wearing it. Yes, sir! I should make sure to set a worthy example. Oh, wait. Do you have any thoughts on the case? Oh, you bet I do! Mr. Tangora's amazing display being used to store the body. Don't eat the eyes eating the paper. Miss Scone's beautiful dreamscape being used to store the murder weapon. We're really seeing some beautiful things being used for ugly purposes on this case, huh? I suppose we are. To make things worse, Miss Brown seems super down. When I asked if you had any thoughts on the case, I was thinking more about useful insights. Oh, sorry, Mr. E. Did I do something wrong? I worry about you sometimes, Eddie. More so about your paper eating habits, but how are you liking your first crime scene investigation, Eddie? Oh, it's great! I've been taking notes about everything, and I'm learning so much! I'm also eating the paper! I'm so happy you let me tag along, Mr. Edgeworth! So you want to be an attorney, huh? You bet I do! I'd give anything to be a hero of justice, to help the helpless and fight for what's right! The first time I saw Mr. E do his thing in court, I knew I found my calling! You know, cops look out for people too. Sure, but I want to be an attorney. Well, good luck to ya. Get the feeling Detective Bad might be pitting for an apprentice of his own. Alright then. Santa Claus statue. Is this made of candy too? That door leads to Tangora's room. So yeah, could be he made that thing too. Speaking of Santa, that reminds me, I still need to find a present for Miles. He wanted an attorney's badge! I wonder if Mr. Tangora would make one out of candy for me if I asked. If you gave that to him, he would just keep it forever. Like, I'm never eating this. It's going to rot in my pocket. That's the door to Gusteau's room. Guess the candy reindeer's meant to show the way. Big antlers like that. Must be a bull. I think not. Male reindeer shed their antlers in winter. Therefore, this must be a female. Thanks, Mr. Trivia. Attorneys. They don't teach you about reindeer in law school, detective. Anton? The statues on the fountain depict sheriffs enjoying some chocolate fondue. Pa Harlequin's work, apparently. Gotta hand it to him. They look so real. Detective, are you saying you have personally seen sheriffs before? Attorneys, always poking holes in people's words. What? Did I do something wrong? He's had bad blood with the Edgeworths. That's why he was like, I do not trust this kid. Authorized personnel only beyond this point, I'm afraid. Meaning what? I'm not authorized? Sorry, sir. No authorized personnel either. So, nobody's allowed in. Let me guess. Von Karma's orders? Guys really starting to grind my gears. Just like push him around. Just like when I did. Get out of the way, detective. This is quite the trophy. Awarded to Tangora. First place International Confectioners Association Annual Spectacular. It's made of candy. Guess it wasn't meant to last forever. Makes sense. Prizes, fame, none of it lasts forever, right? I doubt it's anything quite that deep. These trophies all belong to Mr. Tangora. They're not all for confectionery contests. Some appear to be for charity work. Testament to both his character and his professional achievements. What's this one here? Recognition of Bacon Bob's long-standing achievement in making children's dreams come true. That's so sweet. It's got me wanting to watch it. I'm gonna cry! Scone's room is through here. It's marked by a snowman. Candy snowman by the look of it. Oh yeah? Well, I'll be. He's really sizing it up. He doesn't think of making that into his next lollipop, is he? Dad, no. Don't, like, I just, like, look away and then turn around. He's just looking at it. It's a Christmas tree made from candy. These candy statues, have everybody on edge. Fans get in here. That's our scene ruined. Yes, it would be pretty disastrous, I suppose. Hi. There's a lyre here, and some maracas designed to look like ice cream cones. They're so well made, it's hard to tell what's candy and what's not just by looking. I'd reach out and touch them, but then I'd be disturbing the crime scene. Hands off, I already checked them out. They're real. Check them out how exactly? Did you manhandle vital evidence, detective? I didn't touch him. Not with my hands, at least. Did he... Never mind, I don't want the picture. No, bad. I like him a lot better now. I'm sad that he got arrested. I'm even more sad he got arrested. But, you know, being the great thief Yatagarasu and all, mother fricker. Can I talk to you about anything? Wait. What is it? No. Dang, alright. Just like... Hello, detective. That's a harp. She's just standing there. Oh wait, I want to like look over here. Where does this elevator go? The second floor. Tangora and Bound live up there. Sounds like they live a pretty charmed life. Tea parties, candy making, that kind of thing. They even have a garden. Must be nice on a sunny day. That does sound nice. Perhaps they'll invite us when this is all over. You'd come, wouldn't you, detective? Don't get ahead of yourself now. I'm not in the habit of palling around with attorneys. Even though you are right now, good sir. How's the investigation? Excuse me, may I ask what you're investigating? Sir, I'm analyzing the found water to see what might be in it, sir. And? What did you find? Chocolate and what looks like the kind of flavorings and colorings used in frozen desserts, sir. Composition of the chocolate seems to be the same as that of Mr. Tangora's work. And the flavorings and colorings match the profile of those used in Mr. Frost's ice sculptures. Those little rivers flow from all four artists' rooms right here to this fountain. Because that's how the stuff from the melted sculptures wound up in there. And that's not all, sir. We also found blood. What? Why is there blood in the water? Think back to our investigation of the murder scene, detective. Take another look at the scene in front of us, detective. A very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing. You're right. Don't remember anybody mentioning they removed the blood along with the body. The victim's blood was mysteriously absent, as was the part of the chocolate chest it had pulled on. I believe that the blood probably belonged to...
Take that!
The victim, huh? I'll have the guy compare it with the blood on the murder weapon. What the frick was that chime? Holy frick, are we back in the early 2000s? It's a match. The blood in the fountain. It's Frost. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that was just some chime from the early 2000s. This game, technically... when was this made? Frick. Okay. When was Ace Attorney Investigations released? 2009. Yeah, that sounds about right. But why would someone want to send the victim's blood downstream into the fountain like this? Frost blood was found in the fountain. Ah. What's this? The detective is right behind. Okay, this is not what I want. You can't even see Gregory. This sign shows which artist's work is on display in which room. From left to right, Mr. Tangora, Mr. Gusto, Miss Scone, and Mr. Frost. Incidentally, this sign is also made from candy. What were they going to do with all this candy? Was someone going to eat it when the contest was over? No idea. It's bound. We're here to continue our investigation. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm so sorry about earlier. She's still looking kind of down in the dumps, mystery. She must be been greatly taken aback by what Mr. Tangora had to say. I found the photograph of the semi-final entries for you. Here, it's all yours. Ooh! Wow, Miss Scone sure knows how to make a cute cake. Yes, Samson loved your design for that one. And he loved the designs and flavors of Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost's entries too. Only problem was, as Simpson mentioned earlier, they taste exactly the same. However, their respective entries for the file taste nothing alike, it seems. This is so cool. Wait. Was there anything else of note that changed between the semi-final and the final? Nothing major, but I guess there was one thing. Mr. Gusto's son was always here with him throughout the contest, but he was nowhere to be seen during the final. Wait, he has a son with him. Why would his son come and hang out at a contest venue of all places? You're sure you're happy for us to keep hold of this? Of course! I hope it helps you with your investigation. Oh, and I also have the book containing the recipe for the cure Samson mentioned. We've seen this book before. It was in the chocolate frame in Tangora's room. That's right. He put it on display there so that everybody could see the grand prize. What? The cure is in the ultimate cookbook? So it's not a book of dessert recipes, I take it. Oh no, we told the contestants, of course. But I guess nobody told you yet. So the contestants all knew that the ultimate cookbook was this whole time. Was this the whole time? I'm gonna have a stroke. I'd like to hear more about the cookbook if you don't mind, Miss Bound. I want to present my attorney's badge to you first, though. That's an interesting badge, Mr. Edgeworth. Does it mean something? Yes, it means I'm an attorney. For an easy identification purposes that I wear it. Or it's. I see. I guess that must be quite useful. Perhaps there should be a confectioner's badge too. Or a murderer's badge. I'm sure that would save you a lot of trouble. Well, they don't get badges, but they do get bracelets. I mean, yeah. So if I understand correctly, the Ultimate Cookbook is actually a collection of recipes for different medicines. Oh. Exactly, or rather, totally new medications that haven't made it to market yet. To be precise, to the right buyer, a pharmaceutical company, for example, it would be worth a fortune. But why make that the grand prize in the confectionery contest? Mr. Tangora is the sole heir to the Tangora family fortune. Perhaps you've heard of the Tangora Group. I've never heard of the Tangora Group. I've heard of the Garmari Group. The Tangora Group? Yeah, I think I've heard of them somewhere before. It's a major pharmaceutical corporation, Sells all kinds of pills and poisons. Is that who you work for? Or do you work for someone else that's just trying to get the thing? Oh yeah, that new cold kill. I ain't eating any of that. Oh yeah, that new Cold Killer Pro has been making some real waves since it went on sale. I always reach for a cold killer when I'm feeling under the weather. Which is never as far as I've seen. What the heck? Like, yeah, not gonna touch that stuff ever. Don't get the cold killer. You don't know what could be in it. I'd like to hear more about the Tangora group if you don't mind. So did Mr. Tangora not want to drugs? Yeah, or something. It could be just freaking poison. So did Mr. Tangora not want to take over for his parents and go into the family business? No, he preferred the idea of making people's lives better through the power of confectionery. And his parents supported him in his quest to become the best in the world. Then, when they passed away, he inherited the cookbook. But why would he make such a valuable heirloom a mere contest prize? He's been hounded by so many people looking to make that book under their own. He was tired of it. It would have been an insult to his parents' memory simply to give it away. So he decided to find somebody he felt was worthy of it. I'll bet the board of directors loved that. Handing over the fruits of all their expensive research to someone else. They hated the idea, of course, which is why Alicia entered the contest. The Tangora group wanted her to win the book back for them. Oh, okay. So she does work for them. Okay. Well then. So you knew she was a pharmacist all along. Yes, and not only that, I told her how to appeal to Samson's taste. I tried to help her win. But why? I wanted to protect Samson by protecting the Tangora group. And if that cookbook fell into another company's hands, the board would never forgive him. So I wanted to find a way to keep it with the company, but in a way that Samson couldn't object to. So that's how Miss Scone managed to make it so far in a contest she had no business taking part in. But Miss Scone wasn't the only one pretending, was she? Mr. Frost wasn't really a confectioner either. And he still made it all the way to the final, just like she did. Not bad. Yes, it's unbelievable, isn't it? Such a talented sculptor and a gifted crafter of desserts too. I don't know much about Mr. Gusto much either, other than like he makes those foam cream things, and he went to Zhang Fa, but I don't know much about him. Well, now I know he has a son, so I'm like, okay. Gifted indeed, judging by the standard of his work in the final. But how did one man produce pieces of that size and quality in such a short period of time? I'm not sure I have much more to tell you, but if there's anything else I can help you with, I'd be happy to, of course. She's certainly very keen to ensure that she does all she can for Mr. Tangora. I could certainly use a cup of the tea you made us yesterday, if you wouldn't mind. I think that might help move the investigation along nicely. Oh, I'll have some too! Your tea is to die for, Miss Bound! Well, how could I possibly refuse? I'll bring it right out. You know, I think that cheered her up a little. We've learned a little more about the contest participants. But there's still one question involving Mr. Gusto for which we never got an answer. Nothing at all, Mr. Gusto. You went into Mr. Frost's room, didn't you? Perhaps you could tell us why. Sure, I was. Silence! You are not to give the attorney even the tiniest shred of information! What was he doing in Mr. Frost's room? And that's not all. I also have questions about the work he submitted for the semi-finals. A confectioner who admits to lacking design sense, and a sculptor with it in spades. Mr. Gusto could not have hoped to win such a high-level contest by himself, which is why I'm beginning to wonder if there was some sort of connection between him and Mr. Frost. Detective, I need to ask Mr. Gusto a few more questions. The story still doesn't quite add up for me. Me neither. Whatever. We need to figure out how to get in touch with him. Oh, do you now? Ah! You're bringing your smug freaking face here. Oh god. Okay. Frick you, Von Karma. Except for Franziska. Good luck with that, because I have no intention of allowing it. Mr. Von Karma. I am already in the midst of my own investigation into Gusto, so there is no need for the likes of you to pester him with the same questions again. I will, however, be happy to answer any questions you might have. He seems dead set on preventing me from talking to Mr. Gusto, in which case, fine, then allow me to take you up on your offer. Very well. What is it? I'd like you to tell me about the connection between Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost. The connection between Gusto and Frost. It was simply a matter of coincidence. They both happened to be taking part in the same contest. And that's all. That is the shortest one I've heard. Oh my god. That's all I have to say to you. What? But that doesn't help us at all. We'll have to confront him with evidence if we want to draw the truth out of him. And it's imperative that we do. He's clearly hiding something. What do I... Wait, oh. Oh, wait. Huh. Okay, now that I'm looking at this a bit more... Since Gusto was in Frost's room, or he knows something about Frost, his, like, when he makes things, it's, like, not what he says it is. Like, oh, it's a dragon, but it looks like a freaking seahorse. Like, the colors of everything here is the same, but like everything else is just a tiny bit different. Or not a tiny, well, a lot different. Like unicorn, phoenix. Flowers are in different positions. Whatever these things are. Feathers? Leaves? I don't know. They're like also in different positions. There's fruits, but it's all in different shapes, sizes. They both happen to be taking part in the same contest. I feel like it's this with
Objection!
Yes! I wonder if you could look at the two confections in the foreground for me, Mr. Von Karma. They were made for the contest semifinals. Both are quite exquisitely crafted, wouldn't you agree? Get to the point. As the nameplate suggests, these were Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost's entries. Mr. Gusto told us that the confectionery design was far from his strong suit. And yet his work in the picture is just as good as Mr. Frost's. Exactly as good, in fact. We learned from another witness that their two entries are also tasted exactly the same. What are you suggesting? I am suggesting that they were helping one another out. Let's take a closer look, shall we? While at first glance, the two may appear to be superficially different, it soon becomes apparent that there are significant similarities in how they were put together. They are made of the same ingredients, taste the same, and share a similar design aesthetic. This picture is proof positive that the two were working together. If you figure that much out, I suppose there's little point in denying it. Mr. Von Karma knew all along they were cooperating. But I'll warn you, none of what you're about to hear will be to your advantage. Let me confirm what you seem so desperate to prove. Gusto and Frost were indeed working together. Gusto spelled out the details of his relationship to Frost during his questioning last night. It seems they were helping one another right up until the day before the final. So, you knew that the two were cooperating. Mr. Von Karma, why are you trying to bury the truth? Please, enough with this petty slander. I merely want to avoid you poking your nose around before I could provide proper context in court. It simply slipped my mind to explain that to you. It doesn't explain why he's being so slippery with the facts, though. Need to figure out what it is he's hiding. Can't let things end like this.
Hold it!
So you did know that there was a connection between the two. Why were you trying to hide it? I don't just hand out information like candy, and certainly do not to the defense. Not like that lollipop nursing fool of a detective over there. Oh my god! You do things your way, and I'll do them mine. And you wonder why I refuse to share information with a traitor like you.
Hold it!
Last night, after Mr. Frost's work melted, correct? Yes, I interviewed Gusto personally. Yeesh, one-on-one with Mr. Von Karma. That must have been terrifying. I imagine Mr. Gusto probably meditated his way through the difficult parts. He most certainly did not, every time he closed his eyes. I brought him back with an alarming almighty snap. No one dares to plead the fifth with me. Did that even work on him? And that's how I was able to perfectly learn every last detail of Gusto and Frost's relationship.
Hold it.
But why were they cooperating? Gusto's sense of design is subpar, and Frost was an amateur confectioner at best. Neither of them stood a chance of making it through the contest alone. So what was their endgame? Why cooperate only until the day before the finals? Gusto claims to have ended the scheme. Allegedly, he wanted to win the final on his own merits. His one and only goal really was to be crowned the world's best confectioner. And his pride would not allow him to do so with the help of another. Jesus can only ever win hollow victories, I guess. I was under the impression that their collaboration had only lasted through the semifinals, but I'm starting to think it might have lasted up through the final itself. Mr. Von Karma, I'd like to ask you some more about how long they worked together for, if you don't mind. If you must. Gusto's sense of design is subpar. Oh wait. The two wait.
Hold it.
Before you ask, I'm not objecting to your characterization of Mr. Gusto's design sense. Yeah, he admitted himself he isn't all that great. He made what he alleged to be a likeness of me. Just thinking of that abomination he came out with turns my stomach. Yeah, I kinda like the guy's work. An artistically rich amateur and artistically impoverished professional. In a way, it was inevitable that they would wind up working together.
Hold it.
You really believe that they were cooperating until the day before the finals, and then just simply stopped? That seems a little strange to me, wouldn't you agree? I have told you the truth. Whether you find it strange or not is none of my concern. He was concerned enough to try to hide it from me only a few minutes ago, though. His smug face. Gregory's smug face. Which means there must have been a reason for that. Based on Mr. Tangora's assessment, it sounded as if Mr. Frost's entry for the final was the clear winner. Which means he must have still been working with Mr. Gusto, right? That's precisely what I was thinking. Must have some evidence that proves they were cooperating right up through the finals. Wait. Frost sculptures were scrumptious except for the lyra. Oh wait.
Objection.
Heck yeah. They weren't working together during the finals. I find that a little hard to believe. Miss Cone is on record as having described Mr. Frost's creations as scrumptious. And while he was certainly skilled, I doubt even he could have become a world-class confectioner overnight. It seems far more likely to me that he and Mr. Gusto were still cooperating during the finals. How many times must I explain this to you? Assertions require proof, and one person's entirely subjective statement is not proof of anything. Besides, even an amateur can occasionally make delicious foods. Perhaps Frost was simply lucky. My wife, for example, is an amateur whose cooking puts first-class chefs to shame. Holy freak, wife mentioned? How was that not an entirely subjective statement? Furthermore, you were ignoring another crucial part of the pharmacist's testimony, namely that she had also described some of Frost's work as having been unbearably salty. In other words, your evidence actually shows that Frost failed to produce the perfect confectionery. He got us there. No more objections, I take it? There must be some way I can prove that Gusto and Frost were still collaborating. Mr. E? There's something that's been on my mind. Yes? What is it, Eddie? Mr. Frost's entry for the finals. Wouldn't it have taken a while to make? I would imagine so. Making flavored water, freezing it all, and then carving two whole sculptures? Would he really have done all that and helped Mr. Gusto with his work? If it was me, I have barely gone as far as setting the flavor water up to freeze part. I just can't see how Mr. Frost could have pulled it off. Perhaps there's some lawyerly instinct in you after all, Eddie. Ah, heck yeah. Your pondering certainly points to another possibility! And then wait, did he wrote down what Gregory said and just ate it? Take it in, man. Eddie's right. Mr. Frost would have needed to freeze his own large blocks of flavored ice to create his art. There wouldn't have been time to do that during the contest itself. So what must Mr. Frost have done in order to finish his flavored ice entry within the time limit? Ooh. Make the ice the day... make the ice the day before the final, I would assume. So it's like prepared. He must have made the flavored ice the day before, and all he would have had to do was sculpt it. Jeez. Hold on, I'll be right back. Gambit. I need to look at. Dun, 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 dun. Then all you have to do is sculpt it. What are you muttering about now? Oh, I'm sorry. I just realized something, that's all. I realized that you're correct. Holy frick, Mon Karma W? What? Mr. E? I hope you know what you're doing. Oh, accepting defeat at last, are we? The only thing I'm accepting is that perhaps one of the things you said was true. They were helping one another right up until the day before the final. Just as you said, the day before the final really did mark the end of their collaboration. Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavored ice. Ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze. And whose flavors would therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Gusto. Yes, which lines up perfectly with what Gusto told me, that he helped Mr. Frost until the day before the final. In that case, why didn't Mr. Frost reciprocate and help Mr. Gusto in return? I can hardly be expected to read the minds of the dead.
Objection.
Perhaps not, but I imagine Mr. Gusto could tell us, so why don't you let us speak with him? Or do you still insist your interrogation was thorough as you claim? How dare you call my methods into question? That is not my intention. I just don't understand why you would obstruct a perfectly valid line of inquiry. Give me one good reason as to why you're keeping Mr. Gusto from me. One good reason? Certainly. The how and why of Frost and Gusto's collaboration have absolutely no bearing on this case.
Objection.
How can you possibly say that with any certainty? Their relationship had broken down for some reason. That could very well have been the motive behind this murder. Could it indeed? Then why did Gusto himself tell me all about it? Why did the man you see so keen on accusing share the details of this collaboration with the prosecution? Please tell me you have some proof to back up your preposterous suspicions this time. Frick. Mr. Gusto only acted suspiciously on one time that we know of. I imagine Mr. Von Karma is aware of exactly what that suspicious action was. Which means, this is probably a trap. It's a trap! Frick! Well, cat's got your tongue. Frick you. Actually. But even if this is a trap, I can't back down now. Mr. Gusto snuck into Mr. Frost's room, and we still don't know why. That fact alone is reason enough to suspect him. If that's your only concern, then allow me to clear it up for you. I knew it. It was a trap. I was saving this for the trial, but consider it a taste of things to come. Plus, I'd hate for the proceedings to drag on because of your needless interjections. Here, take a look at this. Oh, that's Gusto and Frost and their sons. Oh. A photo of Frost, Gusto, and their sons. Gusto's son visited his father daily up through the semi-final. Gusto snuck into Frost's room in order to retrieve this photograph. But why? It seems their sons attended the same elementary school. Gusto was concerned that the fact of Mr. Frost and his acquaintance might place him under undue suspicion. A concern that you have just proved was entirely well-founded. Gusta's actions make perfect sense, and you have given me no reason to believe otherwise. No! He even does that too. He's never gonna let me talk to Gusto. Now, if you are quite done obstructing my investigation, I have things to be getting on with. That smug, self-righteous jerk! I'll give him something to be getting on with. What do we do, Mystery? Mr. Tangora is finished if we can't figure something out. Things to be getting on with. What exactly could those things be? He has a body, a murder weapon, and a suspect in custody. If the prosecution means to pursue Mr. Tangora, surely they have all they need. So why is Mr. Von Karma still investigating the scene of the crime? Something on your mind, Mystery? We're missing something. Something important. Oh, jeez, man. Mr. Von Karma has everything he needs to proceed with the prosecution of Mr. Tangora, and yet he still doesn't seem entirely confident of his case. If he was, why refuse to share information with Detective Bad? Who else? Haven't seen the autopsy report yet either. Guy's probably got a hand in that too. In addition, we still haven't solved the mystery of what happened to the evidence that went missing. Taking a look at the scene in front of us, Detective. The very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing. Right. Don't remember anybody mentioning that I removed the blood along with the body. Evidence that turned up not in Mr. Tangora's room, but in a most unusual place. It's a match. Blood in the fountain is Frost's. So there were no traces of Mr. Frost's blood left in Mr. Tangora's room. Yet we found some in the fountain instead. Why? Oh, okay. Having these two. We still haven't had an autopsy report. Mr. Frost's blood went missing from the crime scene. The traces of it showed up in the fountain. Why go to the trouble of removing the blood from the scene after the body had been discovered? And why only the blood? Surely the body would have also been in the way. Wait, could someone have moved the body aside to get to the blood? Speedrun. So the body might have been moved aside, or even removed from the scene of the crime entirely. After all, as far as we know, there's still no autopsy report. We've learned plenty about the murder weapon and the suspect, but very little about the body itself. Our assumptions thus far has been that the body had been recovered by the forensics team. But what if that assumption is false? What if Mr. Von Karma wouldn't show Detective Bad the autopsy report out of something other than spite? What if we've been thinking about this the wrong way around all along? Oh! The question isn't why did Mr. Von Karma hold back information about the body? It's did Mr. Von Karma even have any information about the body in the first place? How do things look from that angle? Perhaps the body hadn't been removed by the police in order to carry out an autopsy. Perhaps it had already been removed and hidden away by the culprit before their arrival. Oh! Mystery? We've both heard the rumors about Mr. Von Karma's questionable methods. Fabricated witness statements, shady deals, forged evidence even. Sure, everybody's heard that stuff, but what's that got to do with us right now? I would never judge a person on the basics of rumors alone. Even Mr. Von Karma, try my best not to let my preconceptions color our interactions with him. Nonetheless, it appears he may indeed be willing to twist the truth to his own ends. Twist the truth? You mean he's been playing dirty? I fear he may have been, and still is. And I'm not about to let him get away with it. Return to the prosecutor's office. Don't breathe a word about anything to that infernal attorney. Yes, sir.
Hold it.
Frick you. Yes, what is it now? I have a few questions, Mr. Von Karma, about a certain fact you've been keeping from us. Really? You mean to call the methods of an officially sanctioned investigation into question yet again? Yes. I'm warning you, if you obstruct the police in their work any further, there will be consequences.
Objection.
It's not the police I have an issue with, Mr. Von Karma. It's you! What? Isn't it on the prosecution to work out who the real culprit of a crime is? What foolishness is this? I have no intention of debating what the prosecution's role is or not with the likes of you. But let me make one thing clear. My job is to identify suspects and ensure that every last one of them is convicted at all costs. Believe me when I say, I leave absolutely no room for doubt when I present my perfect and unassailable cases.
Objection.
And how far would you go for your perfect cases? Would you create facts out of a whole cloth, perhaps? Ha! And I thought you had outdone yourself already. But now you intend to accuse me of fabricating evidence. I do. Because it is why you've done nothing but hinder Detective Bad from doing his job at every turn. What are you talking about? You didn't shut him out of the investigation because you wanted him to keep an eye on us. You did to stop him from finding out that you don't have the body. What? He doesn't have the body? Ridiculous! You're clutching at straws. I will tolerate no more of your preposterous slander. Then allow us to examine it. Prove me wrong if you can. I'm afraid you'll have to try a little harder than that. I'm under no obligation whatsoever to prove your baseless accusations one way or another.
Objection.
As you must have seen for yourself, a piece of bloody chocolate is missing from the scene of the crime. Why did it disappear, and where did it go? What does it matter? Some blood went missing from the chest where the body was found, so what? So what indeed? That's precisely my question. If the body was still at the scene when the police got here, removing the blood would accomplish nothing. However, let us suppose for a moment that the body was not. If someone had wanted to erase any traces of what had happened in that room, then it all makes perfect sense. What is this petty obsession with the blood stain? I mean, it's pretty important with, like, crime scene. Blood. But since it's so important to you, why don't you tell me where you believe it went? Of course, after all, evidence is everything, as you never tire of telling us. I believe this should back up my theory quite nicely. What evidence do I have that shows where the blood from Mr. Tangora's room went? Where is...
Take that.
Traces of the victim's blood were found in the fountain, along with traces of the chocolate from Mr. Tangora's room. I believe the missing piece of blood-stained chocolate was dumped into the stream that flows to the fountain, which strongly points towards one certain fact. Someone purposely disposed of the blood after the body had been removed from this chest. Mr. Von Karma, where did you find the body? You didn't find it, did you? Answer me! Where did you get your hands on that kind of evidence? You have neither the authority nor the means to carry out that kind of analysis on the fountain water. No, but I do. Curse you bad, you've been a thorn in my side from the moment you were assigned. Well, no longer. As of now, you are officially off the case. I was barely on it in the first place. Mr. Von Karma, you still haven't answered my question. Will you admit it? Will you confirm that no body was ever recovered? It's really quite the claim, you know, and one for which you'll never find any proof for, I'm afraid. What must I do to get an answer out of him? Now, if you don't mind, I have given you quite enough of my precious time already. I look forward to destroying you in court, Gregory Edgeworth. Your precious logic and theories won't save you then. Nothing will. Especially with the bullets that I'm going to shoot you with in the future, like later today. Mark my words, Mr. Von Karma. Your methods will be your undoing. No matter how you try to hide the truth, I'll bring it all to light in the end. Like, I don't want to even go through you. Oh, he's going to here. Forgive me, Detective. I didn't mean to put you in a difficult position. Don't sweat it. It was always going to end this way. Honestly, nobody's ever sidelined me the way he did before. First time for everything, huh? You know, I think you might be right about the body being missing. I am. And I will prove it in court. Well, if there's anything I can do to help, just say the word. Since, you know, I'm off the case now. It's very kind, and I'm sorry to keep asking favors of you, Detective Bad, but there is one more thing. Hey, what are you guys whispering about? Come on, let me in on the secret. Alright, Eddie. The detective and I were just arranging a little insurance for the trial. I think we have enough to see Mr. Tangoro acquitted. I prefer to have an ace in the hole just in case. And, what is it? You'll find out in the courtroom. Wait, what? You're letting me join you? Of course I am. You're my assistant, after all. I'll be more than that by next year. I'll be a full-fledged attorney, you know. Oh, this is where he calls out about the forged evidence. We can take on Mr. Von Karma together. Indeed. Though I'm hoping we'll have freed Mr. Tangora by then. But if we're up against Mr. Von Karma, I guess we can't rule out the possibility that this might take some time. Right, but we'll do everything we can in the meantime. I know you can beat Mr. Von Karma, Mr. E. I believe in you. We can't allow Mr. Tangor to remain in prison for a crime he didn't commit. We won't. I'll expose Mr. Von Karma's lies if it's the last thing I do. Oh my god. The identity of the body. I want to see the body. What is it? Bro. And that's pretty much how things went down. Those are the facts of the IS-7 as far as I'm concerned. I'm finally learning the truth about my father's last case. So, what happened at the trial? Well, we lost. Von Karma did a real number on us. Really? You couldn't prove that Mr. Tangora was innocent? Oh, we could prove it alright. Had a decent little pile of evidence in our favor. Problem was, we underestimated Von Karma. He fought even dirtier than we feared. I can imagine. Secure conviction at all costs. That was always his guiding principle. Yeah, ain't that the truth? Anywho, the trials dragged on and on. Whole thing took about a year in the end. I'll never forget the day the verdict came down. December 28th, that following year. It's April now, so... Ooh, mama. We're talking over 17 years ago. Time sure does fly, huh? December 28th. I was there that day, 17 years ago, sitting in the courtroom gallery. Just before the trial got started, Gregory noticed that Samson was looking worse than usual. Turns out the poor guy finally reached his limit. It was so bad, he said he wanted to be found guilty. Wait, you mean they forced a confession out of him? Yeah, Von Karma got what he'd been pushing for from the very beginning. And when Gregory tried to drop the bombshell about there being nobody to speak of, he learned that Von Karma had used the power of the police to head him off at the pass. He even had himself a fake autopsy report, but that wasn't the end of it. Von Karma had gotten Samson to falsely testify against himself to be an accessory to murder in court. Combined with his confession, the poor guy's goose was well and truly cooked. Gregory still had his ace in the hole, though. The same ace he asked Detective Bad to help him with. Exactamundo. He knew he needed one last card to play if they squeezed a confession out of Samson. So he had Bad record all of Samson's interrogations. I guess Detective Bad really wanted to know the truth too, huh? We all did. But he was a trooper, stayed with the case even after Von Karma took him off of it. He was tied up in some other big case too. Good old Bad. They don't make him like that anymore. Anyway, Gregory presented the recording as proof that Samson's confessions was coerced. You know what? It almost worked. A cop named Ian Sideman got fired. Samson's interrogator and the initial detective before Bad, he took the fall for pretty much the whole thing. Von Karma didn't get away scot-free. In fact, he was disciplined by the chief prosecutor. For the one and only time in his 40-year career. Still, Samson himself couldn't stomach another day in court, so when that guilty verdict came down, it didn't just signal the end of that day, but of the whole sad affair. I don't remember a lot myself, but my father's face when they declared Mr. Tangora guilty. I was a young child at the time, but even I could tell how much he was hurting inside. And then that same day... Gregory wanted to appeal the ruling, of course. He would have done anything to clear Samson's name. But then, well, you know what happened next. Poor guy. He never got the chance. Don't show this again! No! Oh my god! I should have left with him that day. I'll always blame myself for not doing that. But I shoved that aside and obsessed over something else instead. Rather, someone else. I hated what you did. I hated you for choosing to stick with Von Karma. What could he have done? He was what, 5? Like, I don't even know how old he was. He was a kid? Like, what could he have done? He didn't know. I hope you can forgive me. God dang it, Eddie. No, you had every right to hate me. I went on to become a prosecutor as planned. That's when Mr. Von Karma showed me this case file. According to these records, Mr. Tangora was convicted as the main culprit in Mr. Frost's murder. Nope. That's not right. Samson was convicted as an accessory to murder. Strange. The file clearly states that he was the perpetrator. Plus, I'm fairly certain that all of Mr. Von Karma's cases were successfully solved. Mind if I take a peek at those? This file's been doctored. The part about the verdict, it's been changed. What? Here, feast your peepers on this. Convicted as an accomplice. Wait, okay, what does this all say? Samson Tangora, age 39, organizer of a confectionery contest. Victim's body was found inside one of the creations. While in detention, Tangora discovered that he had a taste disorder, which was subsequently cured via medication. Further convicted as an accomplice based on his confession. Oh, wait! Did that chocolate that Bound gave him, or that we gave him, that Bound made, did it have the medicine? Or whatever the heck it was? That's a copy of the file they have on record at the courthouse. Then why is my copy so different? Well, you said it came from Von Karma, yeah? My guess he didn't want Gregory's son thinking there was a murderer out there still at large. Didn't want you looking into it again before the statute of limitations was up. Oh, frick! So everything I believed about the case was a lie. Like they say, we all got to start somewhere. What's important is now you know what's what now. Statute of limitations may have run out, but the truth's still out there, you know? I inherited Samson's case when your old man passed. Prosecution handed it off to somebody else, too. The great Von Karma wasn't going to bother facing off against a rookie like me, was he? Anyway, long story short, the killer was never found, and Samson was found guilty instead. That's terrible! Is there really nothing we can do to help him? Not without the real perp, I'm afraid. Till then, his confession stands. Speaking of which, I didn't find out until after the verdict had been handed down, but Von Karma had threatened Samson and made him a deal. Told him if he didn't confess, he'd make sure Judy was convicted instead. How could he? Samson knew there was no way Judy could have done it, of course. But he wasn't going to take any chances, so he did what he was told and confessed to keep her safe. Now riddle me this, mousy boy. Why do you think your Uncle Eddie just happened to be in the prison the day Bronco Knight died? Oh, he literally said Uncle Eddie! Holy frick, he is Edward's uncle. That's right! You were there to see Mr. Tangora. Oh, is he still alive? Bingo! Judy and I both promised we'd visit him every day. Didn't quite keep that promise. Judy did. She never missed one visit in all these years. Come rain or shine, she always showed up. But none of that changed the fact that Samson is still being unduly punished day after day. How heartbreaking! We've got to do something, Mr. Fender! Well, kiddo, that's actually why we came here. The ice sculptures are back on display, just like they were all those years ago. I love this music so much. And we're going to see what we can find out, right, Mouserino? I'm a prosecutor, Fender. I do not look at these things in the same way as you or my father, Miles. But that doesn't matter right now. Speaking not as the prosecutor, but as Miles Edgeworth, I want to know the truth behind both of these cases, and I'm not leaving until I do. You really are old Gregory's son, through and through. Alrighty then. Now that's sorted. We can really get to work. Good thing I brought the IS-7 case file and evidence with me today, huh? Here, documents first. Who doesn't love paperwork, am I right? The parts in red ink are my annotations. Okay. Thank you, Fender. Here's some evidence for you. Enjoy. There's quite a few, so I'd take a minute to scope them out if I were you. Small mountain of evidence from the IS-7 instant receipt from Fender. It's, my god. I don't got enough arms, man. Yes, I see. I'll take a look at them in a bit. Now I'm taking a look at them now. Oh, jeez, that is a bit. Photograph. Note, statute of limitation expired 3 years ago on December 24th. Dang. Okay. You know, our current case is just full of loose threads, too, come to think of it. Indeed. Key players of that incident 18 years ago who just happened to get caught up in another incident. The ice sculptures in the winter wing that are perfect replicas of the ones from 18 years ago. The poison gas attack in the autumn wing, which has been disguised to look like the winter wing. Two chemicals that were found inside the Pisces statue display case, ubiquinum and asphyxion. That form of poisonous gas when mixed together. The victim of the gas attack, Carmelo Gusto, who is no stranger to the events of 18 years ago. And who is still unconscious and undergoing treatment in the medical room. And finally, we come to the body flowing face down in the fountain. Oh, frick, no, that's his body. Oh, wait, no, that's not Fort's body, yeah? Oh, it's Fort's body. And the fact that the ice sculptures have melted, just as they did all those years ago. The events of the present day would appear to be intimately linked with the events of the past, which means they may be able to help us learn more about what happened 18 years ago. Sounds good to me. Let's get investigating.
Objection!
Ah, frick you! Oh, no you don't. Aren't you forgetting somebody? I could have sworn this is my investigation. Eustace is quite right. I do hope you aren't intending to obstruct him in his duties, Mr. Edgeworth. I would hate to have to add a guilty to my report to the committee. What am I guilty of now? Of course not. I'm simply offering once again to do what I can to help with this investigation. Your offer is duly noted and duly declined. Ugh, she isn't pulling any punches. I don't have my PNG. Oh, I forgot my PNG tuber. The identity of the body from the fountain is currently being ascertained. It is only a matter of time until we have all the information we need. Perhaps I can help you speed that process along. I think I have an idea of who our mystery victim might be. What? Really? Then you have to tell me. It's the law. Very well. Maybe it isn't just the ice sculptures that have resurfaced after 18 years. Holy frick, a dead body from 18 years ago. What a horrific thing. The body in the fountain may also be a visitor from the past. Holy frick. Holy frick, it's him.
Take that!
He's been freaking fossilized in ice! I believe the body in the fountain is that of the man who was murdered here 18 years ago. Mr. R.T. Frost. What? You're saying that was poor Chili Wings? Wait, who the heck is Chili Wings or Artie or whoever it is you're talking about? Artie Frost was a famous sculptor, Eustace. Although he was better known as Paul Eloquy. Look, the sculptures are on display here, all of his work. No way, sounds like he did well for himself. Always good to encounter a fellow winner. Mr. Frost was also the victim in the IS-7 incident. Judge Gavel knows about the IS-7 incident. Mr. Edgeworth, the IS-7 incident is an 18-year-old case. And according to police records, the victim's body was recovered and an autopsy was duly carried out. Sure, that's what the records say, but the records can't always be trusted. What are you insinuating? That while the records say stuff like body totally recovered, the defense back then begged to differ. Not that it stopped the prosecution from shutting them down hard of course. Yo, again, a call? Yeah, this is Winner. What? Really? What is it, Eustace? The body, we've got an ID. Some sculptor called Frost or something? So I guess Edgeworth called it? Goddess of justice! So my father's deductions were right all along. Well, Judge Gavel, I'd say this changes things, wouldn't you? Perhaps now you'll admit that I might be of use to this case. More than a certain junior prosecutor, anyway. No fair! You're trying to steal the win! I'm doing no such thing. All I want is to uncover the truth. And if we're going to get to the bottom of what's happened here, we'll need to work together. We do not need to do anything, and you do not need to know the truth. This case is none of your concern.
Objection!
Whoa there, Judge G. I think you might be wrong about that. Another of your interruptions, Mr. Fender. Yep. See, I was on the defense team for IS-7, so this case is very much my concern. I was one of the pesky kids pushing the theory that the body had actually gone missing. The prosecutor at the time may have brushed us off, but you can't deny the testimony of your eyes. Or, to put it a little more bluntly, the prosecution's case was run from the ground up. When there's been a miscarriage of justice caused by the prosecution, it's the committee's job to fix it, no? And who better to help you unpick the mess than someone who was there at the time? Unless you have an ulterior motive. Judge Gavel seems to know the facts of the IS-7 incident in some detail, in which case I suspect she must be here on the committee's behalf. Your connection to the case is noted, Mr. Fender, but I failed to see how it concerns Mr. Edgeworth. He is the son of the original defense attorney and the protege of the case's lead prosecutor. And if that's not enough for you, he was at the trial too. I think it's just possible he might have a little something to bring up to the table, don't you? Very well. You may both assist in the investigation, but only if you refrain from interfering with the work of others. The Winter of Wings is off limits for now. This room, however, is all yours. Alrighty, great to hear we're on the same wavelength, G. Why don't we bring it in to show we're all on the side of justice? Do not test me, Mr. Fender. Your permission to investigate can be revoked at any time. Duly noted, Your Honor. This is a turn up for the books, huh, Mousy? We got to do our thing after all. Thanks to your immeasurable help as always. No sweat. Besides, I was mostly doing it for me. Okay, I'll be investigating on my own thing, so just holler if you find something interesting. I will. Well, okay, shall we? Heck yeah! Let the investigation commence! We're still unclear on two key facts. How Mr. Frost's body came to be where it was found and the source of the ubiquium. You're right, we need some more intel. Indeed, let's focus on the ubiquium first and foremost. It's used in stuff like dish soap and paint, right? Correct. It's also bright orange color. It has a distinctive minty fragrance. Okay, sounds like we know what we're looking for. Holy frick, I finally get to investigate. As Miles Edgeworth. You do some like laps around the fountain. Don't mind me, Judge. This game found room part 2. Heck yeah. It's a man with a moon-shaped head and a woman with a sun-shaped head. The man's got a real pained look in his eyes, though. Is this another Paul Heliquid piece? Yes, from his younger years, when he was something of a dreamer. He depicted those closest to him by means of a motif taken from nature. The piece is titled "My Parents." Guess the mom shown bright is in that house. Jeez. Oh, this one here. Who spilled coffee? Or tea? Seems the police have already removed the body. But why did the body of a victim from 18 years ago turn up in this fountain? And why wasn't it all rotten and stuff? Did it slowly shuffle its way here? Need a reminder that zombies aren't real. It seems likely that the body was preserved somehow. Really? Is that even possible? Hey, Mr. Forensics guy, anything to report? Yes, ma'am. Traces of both ubiquium and asphyxion have been detected in the fountain. I'm gonna say they were probably carried here by the stream from the autumn wing. In addition to those two chemicals, there's also a large amount of sugar. The composition of the sugar is being analyzed as we speak. There's sugar in the fountain. Where would it even have come from? It's a sculpture of a brave warrior battling against a serpent. Did Paul Heliquid make this one too, Mr. Edgeworth? He did. It seems he was fascinated by fantasy and mythology when he was a young man. This piece embodies the tragic yet gritty determination of the young as they face an impossible situation. It's called the math test. Talk about relatable. Statue of a man and a woman in old-timey clothes. Did Paul Heliquid make these as well? Yes, he seems to create them later in his life, once he had begun to make a name for himself. His wife pushed him to sculpt the two of them as ancient god. Oh wait, okay, I thought there was... Okay. His wife pushed him to sculpt the two of them as ancient gods, and he couldn't say no to his beloved. The title is The Beautiful Goddess Venus and Her Humble Servant. Wow, talk about putting your goddess on literal pedestal. What about these then? Plant. This thing is in front of the door. It's a fir tree, right? Yes, they're usually associated with winter. This door leads to the autumn wing. I suppose it's all part of someone's elaborate ruse. I could paint it red for that autumny feel. Evergreens stay green all year round, Kay. Hence the name. Sure, I knew that. Hello there, dearie. Still investigating away, are you? Found anything interesting? No, dearie. Well, nothing much anyway. Silly girl, that wasn't a dearie moment. That was more of a lambkin. Sweetheart is for when you're being sympathetic, of course, and treasure is when you're in a tiz. Love is for people you're not so that keen on, and petal you use when you're trying to get someone's attention. Wow, I didn't realize there were so many rules. Mr. Edgeworth, petal, I hope you're getting all this down. Wait, what did that tell me? Don't even try it, Kay. Oh, dearie me. Hey, Winner. Do you mind, Mr. Winner? You're in my way. I do mind, actually, and I'm not going anywhere. You'll just have to go around me. Well, we just thought you might want to move a better spot, that's all. What better spot? I demand you to show it to me at once. Is that really all it takes to make you do whatever we want? I don't think you've gotten away with anything, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be reporting your actions to the committee. Do whatever you need to do, Judge Gavel. And we'll do the same. You are the self-styled great thief, correct? Mr. Edgeworth's association with such a character will be of interest to the committee too, of course. Go ahead and report me to your stupid committee. I'll be the toast of the thieving community. Yo, where's Ron? It looks like Judge Gavel will have to think up of some new threats if she wants to intimidate Kay. Oh god. Wait, I need to look. We saw this. A book containing formulas of creating a cure for taste disorders and other chemical and pharmaceutical items. We still have this. For some reason. Ah, jeez. Like, their kids would be grown by now, huh? Ah, jeez. Hold on, I'll be right back. Okay. Probably after, us, just looking around, I'll probably, like, end the stream. I'm so invested. What? You can't just, like, oh, they have kids. Like, I want to know who these kids, like, who they are now. Like, they should be, like, grown up by now. And everything. My god, everyone's just losing their freaking parents. Ah, yes. Character development. Like, freaking... Oh, wait, let me... I need to look at those case files. Notes, statute of limitations expired 3 years ago on December 24th. Okay. 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 Also known as Paul, Artie Frost, known as Paul Haliquet, under which name he was a renowned sculptor in France. Contestant in the confectionery contest, body was discovered in Tangora's room, caused his death with blood loss following a blow to the head. No details of autopsy report due to the body going missing. And the only we only assumed that, like, he had, Wait, what if he wasn't dead? Wait a minute. Wait, no, but his blood was there, though. And there's... I'm trying to, like, I'm trying to figure this out. It's probably just, like, here's my hypothesis. Freaking... I don't know. There's... something ain't freaking right. Like, I have no idea who killed who. Wait, if, wait. Wait, whose son was it that, kept visiting? Was it- oh wait, it was Gusto's. Or... yo, I can't remember. Okay, go back. Who are these two then? Alright, hey Larry. Oh. Hey Edgy, get out of my way, will ya? What are you talking about, Larry? I'm trying to sketch the Lovey Verity. I just know it's going to be a masterpiece, so quit getting in the way. Nice, how far did you get? I just mapped out my composition, so I'm ready to go to work. And then surely it's a little early to be declaring it a masterpiece. That's our Larice. Hey there, Malzarino. What's the situation with the investigation? I don't freaking know. Things are progressing. I think a fuller picture of what happened is beginning to emerge. Good to hear. Guess I better step up my game too then. Yeah, because you just been letting me do all the freaking work. Okay. I present the badge. Miles Edgeworth, Prosecutor. Gotta say, I never saw that coming. Sorry, Fender. Don't be sorry, man. Hey, that wasn't a dig. I had you had your reasons, I'm sure. Yeah, being raised by the one and only Manfred von Karma can do stuff to you. I'm just glad you get to see what the courtroom looks like from the other side for once. It's a whole different ball game, let me tell you. Actually, I have stood at the defense's bench once before, and I have to say, it wasn't bad. This case seems to have a lot in common with the incident from 18 years ago. Yeah, weirdly enough. And how? It's got the lot, melting statues in the winter wing, even the murder victim's body. But how did nobody ever figure out that the body had gone missing? Frost had no family apart from his son. And well, the kid kind of vanished. Nobody's seen him since around the time of the incident. Gusto's son too. Him and his best pal from school both just came up and disappeared. What? And they were never found? Gusto's body wasn't. Not as far as I heard anyhow. Guess Frost's kid turned up in the end though. Collected his inheritance at some point. But yeah, no family around just after the incident. Frost got no funeral. No nothing. So no need for the police to release the body. No need for anybody to find out they didn't have it. They filed their fake autopsy report. Nobody's any the wiser. Well, almost nobody. Still can't believe Mr. Von Karma would have stooped so low. I mean, I would. I believe that wholeheartedly, man. I can't believe he would stoop so low. Well, I would. Okay. I want to look at the... from the color and aroma, I say this is Apollo's spilt tea. And look, there's a small chunk of ceramic in it. Oh. I guess somebody must have broke something. I know that insignia. And a certain high-strung somebody must know a little something too. Hey, Eddie. I got something for you. I think I get it. So this is it, huh? Key to unraveling this whole mystery. Yes, perhaps. Great. You keep hold of it then, yeah? Quickly now. Hold back your back in your pocket it goes. Guess he doesn't think much of it. Okay. Bruh. I'm going to look at it myself. Look at it. Wait, haven't we seen these letters before? This is the mark of the sculptor Paul Haliqui, I believe. But how did a chunk of a ceramic end up in the middle of a puddle of tea anyway? It's just a hunch, but one suspect quickly comes to mind. Boy, did this thing get smashed up good, huh? Indeed. To the point where it's hard to make out what it might have been once been. It'd be nice if it had some kind of distinguishing feature or something. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Spin the rock. This bounced tea set is laid out neatly on the serving cart. The pamphlet says the gallery is famous... Oh wait, the pamphlet says the gallery is famous for its tea. Understandably so. The cup we were given was delicious. Looks like all of this stuff was designed by Mr. Frost. Interesting. In that case, I think we better take a closer look. So this dishware was made by Artie Frost. It looks very fancy. Oh, it is. I'm willing to bet that this set can fetch something in the thousands of dollars. So let's try not to touch anything of it unless we absolutely have to. Whoa, this stuff's really worth that much? Stop it, Kay. I can see your eyes lighting up. Miss Brown must be a fan of Mr. Frost, like Fender said, to still have this. Hey, Edgy! What is it? You be careful with that teapot, you hear? Why is Larry so concerned all of a sudden? Honored guests. I can pour you a cup if you like. Miss Bound. Judy! I'm good, thanks. No tea for me. You two knock yourselves out. Thank you for the offer. Yes, why not? A quick break won't hurt. 2 cups coming right up. This smells great! Wow, it tastes even better than it smells! What type of tea is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's Ceylon, I believe. It's usually identifiable by its citrus aroma, but... Miss Bound, is this the same blend you served this morning? Why, yes, it is alright. There isn't anything wrong with it, is there? Oh, no, not at all. It's just that the cup you gave me earlier had a slightly different aroma. Really? That's odd. I used the exact same blend both times. I can't see what could account for the difference. Hey, what's the big idea? Quit being mean about Judy's tea, will you? What's gone under your skin, Larry? Nothing. You're just rude, that's all. You don't even try to call me by the right name. It's Laurice Dunham, dang it. You know what? I'm done. I'm not talking to you anymore. Well, that was childish, even for him. Wow, what happened there? Let's ask him about it later, shall we? Talking to Miss Bound is more of a priority right now. We may not have any evidence to prove that she's the culprit, but it does seem likely that the poison gas was her doing. Wait, oh. The tablecloth draped over the cart is pure white and completely spotless, and it's just waiting for me to grab it by the edge and clear my mind. Whoosh! Okay, I cannot stress enough how bad of an idea that would be. Aw, come on! What's the worst that can happen? Even if it does go all sideways, we'll just find out with a cool tea-colored tie-dye. Yes, well, I'd rather it remain white. Plus, I don't think Miss Bound would appreciate us meddling with it. Really? But there are so many other colors that would totally work. Pink, sky blue, tea leaves brown. Oh, it's over there. I'm going to keep this simple, Larry. You're hiding something, so just tell me what it is. Whoa! Quit with the glare off, you two! It's weird! Ah, come on, Kay. You know me better than that. I wasn't staring. I was just struck by idea for a picture. Now, Edgy. He was glaring. Yes, and I'll keep glaring at you until you tell us what it is you're hiding. Quit! I already told you I'm not talking to you anymore. You're talking to me right now. I mean, from now on, I'm not talking to you ever again. Starting now. This is getting me nowhere. Suppose I'll have to figure out what he's hiding first before I can get the whole truth out of him. Ba-ba. Come on, Larry. What are you hiding? Not saying. Look, you two, this is no time for kids' games. Well, I certainly wasn't playing. It's pretty clear Laurice isn't going to talk to you. Oh, he'll talk. Don't you worry about that. Need to know what Larry is hiding. And I think I might have an idea what it is. Perhaps presenting him with the right piece of evidence will force him to come clean. Oh wait. He really became upset when it's like, oh, don't mess with the tea or something. Would you mind taking a look at this for me, Larry? Why would you show me that? Tell me, what is it about Miss Bond's tea set that's got you so agitated? If you won't tell me, then perhaps you prefer to explain it to Judge Gavel. Wait, don't make me look bad in front of Verity! She thinks I'm a sensible, cool, clean-cut guy! Totally. I don't want her to see the real me, the real low-down, dirty me. I'm not so sure anybody here thinks you're particularly clean-cut, Larry. But if you don't want to hear her think badly of you, the best thing you can do is talk to me. Alright, I'll talk. Alright, Larry, enough is enough. Now confess. Is this the way to treat your best friend, Edgy? Is this any way for you to treat yours? By lying to him, hiding things? I get the picture already, so stop glaring at me like that. I'll tell you everything, okay? Earlier, I thought Verity might like a cup of tea, so I went to pour one for her. But I got distracted and my hand slipped and... Smash! I broke the teapot! A priceless work of art! It's in pieces because of me! No words exist to describe how far away I saw this coming from. Ouch! You really messed up this time, Larice. See, Edgy? Everyone's gonna think I'm less of me now. Judy's never going to forgive me for this. Man, you really forgot about Lulu so fast. Crying to me won't do you any good. I think you need to apologize to Miss Bound. My teapot? I see. It's on his hands. Oh no. I'm sorry, Judy. I'm so sorry. I don't have any money. Oh yeah, that's later. I don't have any money, but I'll paint your portrait. I'll paint you 50 portraits. Please, Mr. Dunham, it's really me who should be apologizing. I quite failed to notice that there were broken pieces of ceramics on the floor. Somebody could have been hurt. Here, let me make sure that's safely disposed of. The teapot in question was designed by Mr. Artie Frost, correct? I understand it was something you've long treasured. You must be upset. Oh, I am. But of course, all things break eventually. And as luck would have it, I have another identical teapot. It's far from the end of the world. Is she less attached to Mr. Frost's work than she used to be? I can't believe this, Judy. You're the sweetest, the kindest. This other teapot you're talking about, it's the one sitting on top of the cart right now, right? What do you mean? Yeah, so when I smashed the first one, I tried to hide the pieces in the bottom of the cart. And that's why I saw the other pot under there. So I took it out and basically switched the two pots. Oh, I see. Yep, and that's everything I have to tell you. I'll be extra careful not to break the other one, I promise. You have no shame whatsoever, do you? I'm sorry. It's really quite alright. Thank you for being so honest. See, Edgy, isn't Judy the absolute best? I trust you won't take advantage of her kindness and will make amends somehow. I sure will. Once I make it as an artist, I'm going to give her one of my paintings. She was one of my models after all. It's only fair. At this rate, I suspect she's likely to make more trouble than amends. Don't you think it would be better for you to keep out of her way for a very long while? Oh, but I will be keeping out of her way, because I sketched her and the others already. Her and the others? Keen to see my work, huh? Yeah, I drew a few great sketches of some ravishing beauties. Wanna see? Interested in Larice's ravishing beauties, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm afraid you've greatly misjudged. Kidding? I simply wish to see if Larry has captured any unusual details this time, too. Unusual details? Nothing is unusual about these. They're my best work yet. Really? Now I want to see them too. Oh, you're a sweetheart, Kay. Alright, so let me dig them out for you. Give me a sec, okay? I suppose we might as well take a look. So these sketches of yours. Seriously, Edgy, you want to check out my art? You should have said so from the get-go. Here, feast your eyes on this. What am I looking at here? I told you already, ravishing beauties. Just a few of the fair faces that have caught my eye since I've been here, you know? There's Verity and Judy and somebody else. Why did you draw them all out on the same page? Well, I meant to draw the room at first, but something to pass the time. Just something to pass the time. Then I saw one beauty and another, and well, I just scribbled them all down as I went. So these were all drawn at different times. Huh? Yeah, I guess. Did one of you too, Kay? You're on a different page, though. Oh, you did? I'm flattered. How true to life are these sketches? Did you only draw what you actually saw? Of course, you think I draw things I can't see? Like using my imagination? Nope, these are 100% true to life, right down to the exact shape of each color. So the colors are accurate. Interesting. Much as it pains me to admit it, Larry may have provided me with a useful piece of evidence yet again. The serving card in the sketch, for example, if I compare it to the one here in the room, there's a clear contradiction between the two. I think a little deduction is in order. Could I borrow this page for a while, Larry? Sure thing. You want me to sign it for you? Just the page, please. Thank you, Larry. Artisan at work. Or artist at work.
Eureka!
Larry, could I ask you something about your sketches? Fascinated by the works of the great Laurice Dunham, huh? It's the composition, right? Not exactly. This light blue tablecloth, you painted that exactly as you saw it, right? Correct? I already told you, everything is exactly as I saw it. But the tablecloth on the cart here in this room is white. Wow. Your head's so full of crazy theories, the simple stuff just passes through right by, huh? What's that look for? Listen, just before I drew that sketch, I was in the middle of some business with the cart, with the tea set on it, okay? What kind of business? That's right, it was the hiding the pieces of the teapot I smashed kind. That's nothing to boast about. Anyway, I was still in the middle of cleaning it all up when Judy came out of the winter wing. Didn't want to get busted for breaking the pot, so I quickly dove out of sight. Wait, Miss Bound came out of the winter wing. Yeah, she was pushing a cart. A different one. That's the one with the light blue tablecloth on it that I drew. And what did she do with the second serving cart? Well, I saw her wheel into the summer wing, but I don't know what happened to it after that. When she came back out, she was pushing one of the other carts, the kind you can lift stuff in with. A lift cart. Yeah, so I called out to her, but she just ran off and left it behind. Never had her down as the shy type, but it just goes to show you never know. Another serving cart and a lift cart. Is there maybe another tea set too? We better check with Miss Bound. Dang, alright. Wait, is there anything I can deduce real quick? How much logic do I got up in my cranium right now? Oh wait, is this why it's different? I suspect the difference in aroma we notice is due to the teapots having been switched. You do? I can't see what else it could have been. Tea itself hadn't changed. Why don't we ask Miss Bound just to be sure? Miss Bound, the difference in aroma we noticed, do you think it could have been because of the different teapot? I suppose so. My cup just now has subtle minty scent, rather like yuva tea. Oh, I just remembered. I had some peppermint tea in that pot only yesterday. That must be where the minty aroma is coming from. Could that really be it? The tea from the teapot that was switched in from under the cart smelled faintly of mint. Right, Miss Bound said she used that pot to make peppermint tea yesterday. Yes, but there's something else that's been troubling me. Miss Bound seems more taken aback by the switching of the teapots than the breaking of one. You're right! You expected it to be the other way around. I suspect she might have been deliberately hiding the teapot underneath the cart. But why? One of Ubiquinium's key characteristics is minty fragrance. So what if she had been hiding some in that teapot? What? In the teapot? It's simply a possibility, but one worth investigating, I believe. Mr. Winter, any luck finding that Ubiquinium? Huh? Oh. My people are searching the entire gallery, but they haven't found anything yet. What about you? Don't tell me you know where it came from. I may have an idea. Ha! I knew it! If I can't find it, there's no chance that useless... Wait, what? You do know where it came from? Yes. Where? Miss Bound's teapot. Wow, nice piece. I like it. Yeah, this looks like a fitting prize for a natural-born winner. It's not a prize, it's a vital piece of evidence. Oh, it's just evidence. Then I'll have one of the forensics people check it out. Mr. Edgeworth, is there some sort of problem with my teapot? Possibly. The minty fragrance we know is coming from it. I think it just might be the scent of one of the chemicals used to make the poison gas. But, Mr. Edgeworth, surely you don't think I had anything to do with that? I'm afraid I do. The method used to create the gas would have required considerable preparation. Nobody would have had the time or the opportunity to set that up except you. That's not strictly true. It took around a week to get Zodiac Hall ready for the expedition. There are all kinds of people coming and going through here during that time. Delicia, for one. So you see, I'm not the only person who could have set up at all. Miss Scone is on our radar too, of course. You needn't worry about that. And besides, I wouldn't know the first thing about making poison gas. So if you did find some ubiquinium in my teapot, I wouldn't have any idea what to do with it. I suppose I should see what the test results say first. Or we should. Miss Bound claims she doesn't know the first thing about making poison gas. I need to find a way to prove that she's lying. Edgeworth speaking. Sir, it's me! Is everything alright, Detective? Everybody's left the winter wing. It's just me in here now. Which means I can tell you what we found out. You really shouldn't be sharing information about the investigation. But after the past week or so, I'm not about to stop him now. The exhibits are in here have all completely melted. All that's left in display case is some stuff at the bottom. More of it in Tara's case than the Gemini case, though. Describe this stuff for me if you can. Yes, sir. It's like a pale blue liquid. Had the lab run some tests just now. The sample from the Taurus case just had a bunch of sugar in it. The ones from the Gemini case had 3 different substances in it, which were sugar, salt, and blood. Blood? What are salt and blood doing in the Gemini case's sample? Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but we'll get it tested right away, sir. Please do, Detective. I also spoke over the radio with the forensics guy working the fountain room. He said he just got word that the sugar they found in the fountain matches the sugar in the pale blue liquid. I see. That might well prove to be a significant development. Okay. Anything else to report, Detective? Yes, sir. We found one of those light-emitting devices here in the Winter Wing, too. There were a few of those being used in the Autumn Wing to disguise it as the Winter Wing, as I recall. It seems that the equipment from 18 years ago is more than just for show. I need to talk to Miss Scone about this. Anyhow, I better be getting back to it. I'll let you know as soon as we hear from the lab about that blood. Yes, thank you, Detective. Gumshoe W! Was that Gummy? Seemed like he had a lot to say. He did, and all of it's very useful. I'm going to prove that Miss Brown's claims about who could have set up the poison gas traps are false. We need to talk to a certain somebody else who was here 18 years ago. Oh, Jesus Christ. Miss Scone, I'd like to ask you a few questions if I may. Of course, dear. Fire away. Anything for you, Mousy Smilesly. And dear sweet little Tooth Decay. Tooth Decay. I'd appreciate if that was the last time you called me Mildly Smilesly. I'm not a fan of Tooth Decay either. Well, you'll just have to like it or lump it. I can't change a nickname once I've settled on it. Well, I guess we tried. Oh my god, I think I have to stop. Everyone has something to say. I'm gonna have to end it here. This is taking so long. I guess cause like I'm finally freaking investigating the main case at hand. Holy frick. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna end the stream here. I save this. Double checking. Oh, look at that. Heck yeah. Alright. Well, I'll see y'all next time whenever I do this again. And I hope you guys have a wonderful day. And I'll see y'all next time. I don't know the freaking outro. At all. Yeah, see y'all next time. I can't.